Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime and we are here for day one of the Tanner Horner trial. Today's date is April 7th of 2026. So if you saw a little bit already, I had a spoiler going in the live chat before we started because it's a big one. After all that, waiting 3.5 years to get here, okay, and Tanner Horner confessing to the police that, yep, he abducted Athena Strand, 7 years old, okay? Yes, he says he abducted her, he tried to break her neck, he strangled her, and then he even showed the police where to find her body. But then he pleaded not guilty, okay? So in January of 2026, his defense filed 28 motions, pretrial motions, and I'm like, does that mean he wants a plea deal? Is that what he's thinking? Because he's facing the death penalty. And here we are on day one of the trial, where it's supposed to be the guilt or innocence phase, and the dude decides to plead guilty. Now, you decide to plead guilty now. Again, I think he was hoping for a plea deal, which he didn't ever get offered. So anyway, he's pleaded guilty, which means, what does that mean for us? What's going to happen with this trial? This trial was going to have two phases. Guilt or innocence phase. If convicted, it would go to the punishment phase, where the jury would have to see evidence, and then they would have to deliberate, and they would see evidence from both sides, aggravating and mitigating factors, okay? They would have to go and deliberate on whether or not he should be sentenced to death or life without the possibility of parole. So we're skipping phase one because he's brought in his own verdict, okay? And we're going straight to phase two, which is the punishment phase, which I don't know how long that would last. The prosecutor said a couple of weeks, I don't know. They're going to put on as much evidence as possible for the jury to make that decision. Activities, thank you for being a member for 13 months. You said, love this channel, can't wait for this one. So just so you know where we're at, okay, please follow the timestamps. If you are new here or you don't know about timestamps, it's in the pinned comments and the description box. Everything will be labeled there for you, right? Now, just so you know, my opinion on the matter, I'm relieved. I'm a little relieved that he pleaded guilty. You know why? Yeah, own up to something. However, the jury and the family members in the courtroom, they're still going to be, and obviously we're watching, but subjected to some horrible evidence of a 7-year-old girl being murdered when really the FedEx driver was just there to deliver Christmas presents, right? Okay, so if you want to know a little overview of the case, please check out the trial prep video that I made for you because we went over the whole timeline. Okay, are we ready now? This is happening in Fort Worth, Texas, right? Okay, so what I want to do, today I'm bringing up this feed. I'm going to switch to a different one later. This is actually from, I think, the local news. And I'm using this feed because the other feeds are being naughty and not allowing you to go back more than half an hour or so. So we're going to do this one for now, right? Okay, Eddie, don't worry. Hey, thanks. Nice to see you. You said, what's up, Grizzly? Thanks for being a member for 35 months. Let's start with this and see where this guy decided to plead guilty. Oh, crap. We need to boost it.
Did then and there intentionally cause the death of an individual, Athena Strand, by strangling and or smothering and or asphyxiating Athena Strand with the defendant's hand, the defendant's foot, and or the defendant's body, and the defendant was in the course of committing or attempting to commit kidnapping of Athena Strand, and signed against the peace and dignity of the state by the foreperson of the grand jury.
To the charge of capital murder, you may plead guilty or not guilty. What is your plea? Guilty. Okay.
Now, you can hardly hear him say it, but Tanner Horner is there in the courtroom. The judge says, it's Judge Gallagher, to all of this, now the indictment, you can plead guilty or not guilty. How do you plead? He says, guilty, Your Honor. I'm like, what? He said, what now? He's pleading guilty. Look at the judge. Look at the judge now. Okay, the judge is like, wait, okay, look, wait.
If you plead guilty, there are certain things I need to ask you. If you have any reservations or questions, I want you to talk to your lawyers before you answer them, okay?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
You understand that if you plead guilty, this absolves or relieves the state of having to prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt to the jury. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
At some point in the future of this trial, I would give the jury an instruction to find you guilty, and they would find you guilty, and that would take care of the first phase of the first phase of the trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
The jury is then allowed, or the jury will be allowed, if I accept your plea, to listen to all of the evidence at one time. And then all of that evidence would be used by them in determining the appropriate punishment. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you pleading guilty because anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Okay, let me pause. Either people are only just rolling in, or people just don't listen to anything that I say at all, which happens a lot. Even on the trial prep video, I'm like, okay, a lot of people are like, is this going to be live streamed? Are you going to cover it? I'm like, didn't I say those exact words? Didn't I say it? So he pleaded guilty. This is a death penalty state and a death penalty case. That means there were going to be two phases to this trial. The guilt or innocence phase, and if convicted, they move on to the punishment phase. What he's done essentially by pleading guilty, not offered a plea deal, by pleading guilty, he has formed his own verdict, okay, in the first phase of the trial. The first phase, gone. We proceed, we teleport to phase 2, the punishment phase. So this trial that we're going to watch is all about, he pleaded guilty, now, will the jury sentence him to death or to life without parole? That's what it's about. That's the trial we're going to watch. We would have watched, it's kind of like two trials in one, you know, the guilt or innocence phase, punishment phase. Now we're only going to see phase 2. All right? Did you hear me? Can you hear me? Mic check. Okay, here we go.
Are you pleading guilty because anybody has promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because people have given you any hope of parole or hope of pardon or persuasion to plead guilty?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Counsel, are you satisfied as to your client's mental competence to make this plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has he been able to work with you, and do you believe he has a rational understanding of the charges against him?
I do, Your Honor.
And has he been able to work with you to provide assistance of counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you accept this plea of guilty, if you plead guilty, you will do this in the presence of the jury, and I will give the jury basically the same instructions that I have just given you.
Yes, sir.
Is this your final decision, is that you wish to plead guilty in the presence of the jury?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, I will accept your plea. Okay? Thank you. All right, there are matters that we need to place in the record that we talked about yesterday off of the record. Ms. Anderson, I'm going to let you handle this part.
Okay. Judge, we received several different notices from the state regarding their intent to use certain evidence either in the guilt innocence phase as well as the punishment phase. As we know now, there is not going to be a guilt phase, and so we need to address the issues regarding the punishment phase. There were, like I said, 3 separate notices, and what we would like to do is to go through each of the notices and each of the items that the state anticipates that they will offer during punishment and get a ruling from this court as to their admissibility. And granted, there are some that I do feel are relevant and admissible during punishment. However, we believe that the state has crossed the line in some of their notices, especially when it comes to Tanner's private sexual life, the relationship between him and his wife, and how they express their love for each other. And then there are some other things that I think cross the line that is just, 13-year-old boy humor. And so we would like, those are the main things that we wanted to address with the court.
Are there specific paragraphs in the state's notice that you have particular objections about?
Yes, Your Honor.
And tell me which one that you're looking at.
And number 33?
Is this in the first notice?
Correct. This is
Okay.
in the first notice that was originally tendered on Friday, September 26, 2025.
Okay, let me find it.
Sophie says, I don't want to know about his sex life. Yikes. Oh man, so if the state has things to present, especially for the aggravating factors, for the jury to consider whether or not he should be sentenced to death or life without parole, ooh, they might bring in a whole bunch of that, right? All the things he did and said on Facebook. He's got other charges which are not part of this trial for sexual assault against minors. So yeah, honestly, really, I don't know. I think that he was really expecting that the state would last minute offer him a plea deal and he'd be like, okay, I'll take it, and then LWOP, life without parole. But that did not happen. So he's just pleading guilty and off we go. But we're gonna see plenty of evidence. We're gonna hear and see plenty of evidence in the second phase of the trial, because they're gonna have to give the jury as much as possible now, especially because there's only a second phase to consider, you know, the life or death of Tanner Horner. He's 34 years old now. Paul Sr., welcome.
On or about January 12th, 2022, in Tarrant or Parker County, the defendant reposted in a Facebook message. Is that the one?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Berry.
Yes, sir. With regard to that particular one, it's just one of a series of posts and different things that were put forth by the defendant in his Facebook that shows a preoccupation with sexual things, inappropriate sexual deviancy, things that you wouldn't be putting out to the public, because just generally they're disgusting and offensive and sexually provocative. And so therefore, I believe that it is a proper bad act that can be proved up in punishment.
It is also protected speech by the First Amendment.
Understand. Do you have any other particular paragraphs?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Number 34.
He's speeding this part up slightly for us.
Mr. Berry, same response?
Yes, sir.
Number 35.
With regard to number 35, Your Honor, there are specific messages that go along with the screenshot that was sent, talking about a young lady that was engaged in a sexual act with the defendant and his girlfriend/fiance. I know she's been referred to as his wife, and I wanted to correct that. They were never married. They were engaged. So I don't want that to be an issue in this trial. But
Oh man, Tanner Horner was 31 years old and the father of an infant, and he was engaged when he decided to abduct and murder Athena. What the hell? Oh my goodness, yes. It's me, D, asked if I'm wearing pink for Athena. Athena's favorite color was pink. And so, yes, I'm wearing pink for Athena. I don't think I could sustain that every day of trial, but I will definitely wear my pink necklace, okay? So, yeah, you could, you know, we've got this emoji that I made as well. This one, I'm going to put it in chat there. That's got Athena's name in it as well. And a lot of people in the courtroom are also wearing pink in honor of Athena.
with regard to that, we do believe that's a bad act that can be proven up.
Okay. Ms. Anderson, any more?
Yes, Your Honor, number 36.
Same response, Mr. Berry?
Yes, and in addition to that, and there are several others that I'm sure that we're going to address,
That includes admissions of drug use along with the solicitation of a sexual act.
Okay. Ms. Anderson?
And Judge, for the purposes of this section, I'm just going to focus on the things related to sexual activities.
That's fine.
Okay. So I'm not waiving any objections to any of the other.
Absolutely.
Okay. Number 38.
Same response, Mr. Berry?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Number 42.
You know what, I'm going to grant your objection on 38.
Number 42.
Okay. Same response, Mr. Berry?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, and I would point out that the girl that is displayed in number 42 does not look unlike our victim in this case.
And Your Honor, I would like to point out that the person represented in number 42 is an adult.
I understand.
And just because she is blonde, it doesn't mean that she resembles the deceased.
Okay. Next point.
Number 43.
All right.
Number 56.
All right.
Number 60.
Okay.
Number 63.
Okay.
Number 64.
All right.
Number 72.
All right.
And that is it for that particular notice.
Okay. Those objections will be overruled, and as they come up, you may have a running objection to their admissibility if they're played in the presence of the jury.
And Your Honor, may I place my argument against their admissibility on the record?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, what happens in someone's bedroom stays in someone's bedroom. That is between them and consenting adults. The Supreme Court has consistently held that our private lives are our private lives, and they cannot be used as an aggravator in a capital murder case. In the case Andrew v. White, recently the U.S. Supreme Court held that the due process clause can be violated by going into unnecessary and duplicative and multiple incidents that really bear no relevance. In that particular case, upon conviction, the prosecutors talked about the defendant in pejorious terms, called her a whore, called her a slut, held up her underwear in front of the jury. And this is a capital murder case. They paraded some of her former lovers in to talk about their infidelities. And the Supreme Court said, wait a minute, that's not right. That there can be things that are so prejudicial that they render the punishment phase of a capital trial fundamentally unfair. And that's what we're talking about here. If all of this is admitted, that does render the capital or the punishment phase of this capital trial fundamentally unfair. Now, in the Andrew case, what they were looking for was, with regards to victim impact statements, they asked about that being a categorical bar because of the prejudicial value of them. And I agree with the Supreme Court in that regard, in that there should not have been a per se bar, that it's going to be done on a case-by-case basis and things like that. However, the Supreme Court went on to say that even though we're not going to give you the categorical bar for the victim impact statements, the due process clause is still in effect. And we look at the cumulative nature of the evidence, and we determine whether or not the cumulative nature of that evidence renders a verdict and a trial fundamentally unfair. Quite frankly, Your Honor, these are irrelevant. They are here for no other purpose than to inflame the passions of the jury and to allow the state to make those ridiculous comparisons saying, oh, they're blonde, therefore that must be the decedent, or reminds them of the decedent. Fundamental fairness. And this is not anything new. The Supreme Court has held on numerous occasions that when you have this accumulation of prejudicial evidence that the state brings, that they've crossed the line, that renders a case fundamentally unfair, and the Supreme Court has reversed convictions numerous times based on that. And so that's why we're asking that this not be allowed in. If you want to pick a few and say, you know what, bring that in. You know what, bring that one in. But the cumulative nature of the instances that they are trying to bring in is just fundamentally unfair, especially when you're talking about things that occurred between consenting adults. There's no crime against having a threesome. There is no crime in trying to find somebody else to have a threesome. There is no crime in bragging about your sexual escapades. I mean, if our president can brag about it and do his locker room talk, then, and that's not, held against him, then why should that be used as an aggravator in a capital case to try to give Mr. Horner the death penalty? And that's what we're talking about. This is a life and death situation. And when we're talking about fundamental fairness, it is exceptionally and incredibly more important in a capital case because we don't get do-overs if he's executed. And so that's why we're asking that if you're not willing to exclude all, then you need to at least exclude some to take away the taint of the fundamental unfairness.
Your argument is received and the ruling remains the same. Are there on the other notices, do we need to address any of them in the other notices?
There will be some, Your Honor.
Do you want to wait until they come up and address them as they come up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think that will be the best for the ones in the supplemental notice from November the 19th of 2025. And that also might be best for the second supplemental notice for December 8th.
Does the state anticipate having any of that testimony today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so we can address that as it gets closer?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I believe the state had indicated that the majority of these others would be coming in the form of their expert witness. And so what I will do is I will reserve my objections to these other ones and address them as they arise.
Okay.
Your Honor, with regard, I just don't want there to be any mistake. I mean, the second supplemental notice, those are items that will come in, not the second supplemental, the first supplemental notice, the one that's in the middle. Those are items that are going to come in through the victims and the extraneous victims.
Understood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not through an expert.
Right, I understand.
No, I was referring to the rest of them in the first notice.
Yeah, I'm with you, Okay. Anything else we need to do before we break to open the courtroom to let everybody get seated?
Judge, we do need to re-urge our motion for continuance.
Okay, that's denied.
I like this judge. Look at him. Look at the judge's face there. Judge, like to have a motion for continuance. Okay, that's denied. Just like that. Denied. No continuance. We're moving along. Everybody's ready for trial. Phase 2 of the trial continues. And that could last 2 to 3 weeks. They're going to put on as much evidence as possible. The state, aggravating factors. So the evidence, including aggravating factors, to motivate that he should be sentenced to death. And the defense, the mitigating factors as to why he should be sentenced to life without parole after he pleaded guilty and fast-forwarded us to the punishment phase. Okay.
Anything else?
How long do you think it will take? Because I have to go to the war room and grab something.
Let's shoot for 9:20. That's 10 minutes. Would that give you enough time? Okay. 9:20, everybody.
Okay, let's go forward now. Thank you all for being here. There he is, 34-year-old Tanner Horner.
And that is, looking at the composition of the gallery, I would say about 80% of the people in the gallery are wearing pink. And pink is the signature color of the decedent, in this case, Athena Strand. And they have been asked repeatedly over the last 3 years to do pink outs, wear pink in support of Athena. And so we just want the record to reflect the number of people that are here in the gallery that are wearing pink, just in case it becomes an issue later on.
I don't see anything in the clothing that indicates any type of advocating for a certain position or anything like that, so your notice is noted. Are we ready for the jury?
Ready, Your Honor.
My word. Now the defense wants to bring up a lot of people in this courtroom wearing pink. Yes, in honor of Athena, but as the judge said, they're not saying, there's no branding, wording, there's nothing. They're just wearing pink, okay? In solidarity, in honor of Athena Strand. That was her favorite color. So the judge was like, I don't see a problem with that. Little Busy Brain said, justice for little Athena, yes. Tracy saying, thanks for being here, everyone. Yes, thank you so much, everyone, for being here to watch this phase of the trial together.
You ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go to work.
Ready, Judge?
Just right here, yeah. All rise for the jury, please.
This is Athena's mom. Shame, and her hair looks so beautiful. What a day, huh? So there, the whole family is waiting, ready for the trial, and the defendant decides he's now gonna. This is the time for him to plead guilty. Okay, well, that's fine. We skipped to verdict watch, and then we got the verdict, and he's like, I'm guilty, definitely guilty. Now decide on my punishment. Okay. I think that's her dad. Based on the pictures I've seen, I think that's her dad. In case you missed my trial prep video, I've linked it in the description box for you, and it's in the video section on my channel, which goes over the timeline of the case and just an overview. Within 34 minutes, you'll be all caught up, right? Shane, we covered, as a community, this case since Athena went missing. When all the missing flyers went out, and man, we were all just hoping, when they bring out all the stops, they bring out the search teams, the volunteers, the K9s, the drones, helicopters, everything. And they were searching for Athena, and we were just so hoping she'd be found somewhere on that large property where she was staying with her dad. And unfortunately not. Her body was found 15 miles away after Tanner Horner told police where her body would be, after they tracked him down. He was a FedEx delivery driver, contracted from Big Top Spin, a company that was contracted by FedEx, right? And he was there to deliver Christmas gifts. Athena's favorite holiday was Christmas. She never got to see her Christmas gifts. I think they're going to show it in this trial, though. I think that's part of what they're going to show of what he delivered, which was a set of Barbies. Shame. Okay, so here we go.
Everyone may be seated. Good morning. We are ready to proceed. I apologize for the delay. I need all of you to raise your right hand for me, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in the case of the state of Texas versus Tanner Lane Horner, you are a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence to help you God? I do. All right, everyone may be lower your hand. Mr. Horner, if you would stand, please. Mr. Berry, you may arraign the defendant.
Thank you.
May it please the court?
Yes, sir.
In the name and by authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury for the county of Wise, state of Texas, duly selected, impaneled, sworn, charged, and organized as such during the January term AD 2023 of the 271st Judicial District Court for said county, upon their oaths present in and to said court at said term, that Tanner Lynn Horner, hereinafter styled defendant, on or about the 30th day of November 2022, and before the presentment of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid, did then and there intentionally cause the death of an individual, Athena Strand, by strangling and or smothering and or asphyxiating Athena Strand with the defendant's hand, the defendant's foot, and or the defendant's body, and the defendant was in the course of committing or attempting to commit kidnapping of Athena Strand, and signed against the peace and dignity of the state by the foreperson of the grand jury.
Mr. Horner, to the charge of capital murder, you may plead guilty or not guilty. What is your plea?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Thank you. I will accept your plea. You may be seated.
Imagine the jurors' faces. They've just arrived for day one. They're saying, what? Guilty? Yeah. He just stood up, and in front of the jury, he pleaded guilty.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, when a defendant pleads guilty to an offense, I have done admonishments to him outside of your presence and am satisfied that this guilty plea is given freely and voluntarily. So as we get into the trial, I will give you an instruction at the appropriate time for you to find him guilty. Okay? There will no longer be a first phase of the trial to where you will be determining whether or not guilt has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. I will give you an instruction to find him guilty. So now your sole duty will be to listen to all of the evidence that is going to be presented to you, because you will be using that evidence to determine the proper punishment to be assessed. You will hear the evidence in the same manner, I anticipate, had Mr. Horner pled not guilty. You may use that evidence in your determination in answering the questions that we talked about to you in the individual jury selection interviews, okay? So I just wanted to let you know, you're going to hear the evidence, but you're only going to be dealing with punishment, all right? State wishes to make an opening statement.
We do, Your Honor.
Okay, so as the judge said, I mean, this could last 2 to 3 weeks. He didn't say that now, but he said that they're going to hear all the evidence. It's just what they're going to deliberate on is only his sentence. The jury will suggest either the death penalty or life without parole. And it's still up to the judge to decide how he will sentence Tanner Horner when we get to that. But the state will present evidence. So we'll probably still hear, the 911 call, see videos from the FedEx van, and hear testimony from detectives, probably the medical examiner, like we were. This is still a trial. It's just phase 2 of the trial. If you've never watched a trial like this with me before, then check out the Burgos Aviles trial and also the Sean Finnegan trial, because they worked in similar ways with the 2 phases, right? Those are the 2 off the top of my head that I can think of. This is our 27th trial that we're watching together as a community. So thank you so much for being here, whether it's your first time or the 27th time or somewhere in between.
Mr. Statement. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm going to object showing evidence in opening statements.
That's overruled.
The way the defense attorney sits down. Your Honor, I'm gonna object showing evidence in opening statements. What? You mean Athena's picture? You don't want that to be shown? No, we like that. We like that that's shown, but it's like, that is, overruled. The way the defense attorney, okay. Just gotta try. They are public defenders, by the way. Okay, so let's hear the state's opening statements.
Little change of plans this morning. Welcome. Thank you all for being here. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is what this case is about, right here. When I looked at this case, most lawyers, when they have these types of cases, they have kind of a theme of the case, something that sits with them, something that touches them here. And in this case, I looked at Paul in 2 Corinthians when he said, Satan masquerades as an angel of light. And that's what we have here. Let me tell you a little bit about what you're going to see today, what you're going to see over the next few weeks. We're going to present all the same evidence that you would have seen before in guilt, but that's going to be expanded to include the punishment evidence as well. So you're going to get it all in one package. Okay. me tell you how this is going to begin. What we're going to start with first is we're going to introduce you to Athena, which is the most important thing, and that's the reason why we're here. So let me give you a little evidence here. Athena's last day. She was in school. She was in Miss Thompson's first grade class. She had a rough day that day, and you'll hear Miss Thompson talk about that. She's strong-willed, very precocious. She's 7. Miss Thompson's going to talk to you a little bit about that last day and tell you what went on and why that's important. You've heard that name over and over, Athena Strand. Born May 23rd, 2015. It's sad that we have to talk about a child in the past tense, who she was, what she liked, who were her friends, who were her parents. It's sad that we have to have this discussion, but that's the evidence that we have to bring you. That's the evidence that's important. Now, in this particular case, I'll tell you a little bit about this picture. Athena had just gotten back from spending some time at her mom's house in Oklahoma. 4 days before she was murdered is when that picture was taken by her mother. Now, November 30th, 2022 is a Wednesday. Kids had just gotten back from Thanksgiving break. Any of y'all have ever been in school, you know that that's a bit of a chaotic time for a teacher. They just got back, and what are they looking forward to? Christmas, right? And who's arriving for Christmas? What I like to call the modern day Santa Claus. Amazon, right? FedEx, UPS, all of the people that we look forward to. And even us as adults, I know for me personally, I look forward to motorcycle parts. And I know my wife looks forward to things like essential oils and devotional books. I know those things. And like I said, that's why I refer to it as the modern day Santa Claus. And I was going to try to do this without my glasses, but it is not working. So here's the way this is going to happen. When Tanner Horner rolled up that day, he rolled up alone. He rolled up bringing what we thought would be joy and happiness and a package. And you're going to see the package, and you're going to see what he was bringing. Why wouldn't Athena be happy to see the FedEx guy, right? He's got a Walmart box. Well, that's not what he brought that day. What you're going to see is that he brought violence, fear, and death. That's what he brought with him. He did not bring with him the joy and happiness that the delivery drivers normally bring. So first off, I want to apologize to y'all for what we're going to have to bring you. The evidence in this case is rough. It is not what I want to show anyone, but it's what's required. It's what's required to show you what he did. And I want to apologize to you now. We're going to do our very best to limit it, to provide you what you need, but I'm the kind of DA, I'm going to bring you all the evidence, okay? And I feel like it's important you know the complete story. Now, we know a little bit now about Athena, and you're going to hear about her. What about Tanner Horner? Tanner Horner shows up, delivers a package, leaves with Athena. Now, I'm going to put you as close as you can be without actually being there that day. We have video of it, and we're going to show it to you. Now, you may be thinking, wow, maybe we have video of the whole thing. Nope. Somebody covered up the camera because they don't want you to see. Guess what? Audio's still running, and you're going to hear it. You're going to hear what a 250-pound man can do to a 67-pound child. And when I say it's horrible, I mean it. I've been doing this 25 years, and I promise you, buckle up.
When the prosecutor says that, sorry, I don't normally interrupt opening statements, but holy crap. So Tanner Horner, on November 30th of 2022, abducted Athena Strand, 7 years old, had her in the van. He said that he tried to break her neck and then that didn't work, so he strangled her. So yeah, if you don't know about this case, trigger warning, okay, because it involves the murder of a little girl, a 7-year-old girl. But, oh my goodness, you can see her on the camera initially. Somebody that looks like her is what they said in the indictment. But then now we've just learned he covered up the camera, but the audio is still running. And we're gonna hear that. Yeah, when he says buckle up, yeah, if they're gonna make that public, like put it on the streams, it's gonna be, I can't imagine, for her mom and family as well, right? Wow, okay, so here we go.
Now, the important part of this is, what's the truth? It's time to get to the truth. The only truthful thing that Tanner Horner told law enforcement was that he killed her. The pattern and web of lies that he put together, it's going to be hard for y'all to keep up with. It is lie upon lie upon lie upon lie. We have lies about what we did the day before. We have lies about what we did the day of. We have lies about where her body was. We have lies about whether or not she was clothed or not. We have lies and lies and lies. It is hard to keep up with. The only thing he told the truth about was that he killed her. So you're going to hear multiple stories. None of them are true. What's a story that was told in the beginning? That he hit her with a truck. That he somehow freaked out because he thought he was going to lose his job or she was going to tell on him. He picked her up, still freaked out, and killed her. That is an absolute lie. There is no truth to that in any form or fashion. None. Zero, zip, not no truth. No truth to that whatsoever. In fact, the first words out of Tanner Horner's mouth whenever the ranger first encountered him, the ranger says, "Is she alive?" And he says, "She wasn't alive when I put her in the truck." I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to see right up front here, she was very much alive and very much uninjured when he put her in the truck. Let me tell you something that stuck with me here, what you're going to hear when we get to that video. First thing Tanner Horner says to Athena when he picks her up and puts her in that truck, he leans down and he says, "Don't scream or I'll hurt you." He says that twice. You're going to hear it. We're going to put it on screen for you. That's the first thing out of his mouth. He made good on it. Now, where do we go from there? Now, you're going to be able to hear it all on audio. But I'm going to tell you right now, one thing you're going to hear that is something that you can't unhear is the level of fight that a 7-year-old girl has when she's facing down certain death. We talk about warriors in America. I'll tell you, that little girl right there is a warrior. She fought with the strength of 100 men. Three days later, we catch up. 3 days later, they took us. What's Tanner Horner during all this time? Good question, right? What's he doing? He's delivering packages just like normal. Made it to work right on time. Made sure that he got the same FedEx truck so we could have his mobile crime scene with him the entire day. This is planning. This is preparation. He knew what was going on. He drove through the scene that day. He drove right through the scene that day. You're going to have video from his truck driving right through that scene, right where he kidnapped her, right where he took her away, and talking to people. What happened? What went on? What happened? In the same truck he killed her in. This is the level of cold-heartedness that you're going to see. Now, we finally locate her. And how do we locate her? Hundreds and hundreds of law enforcement personnel. Canines, dogs, thermal imaging. The ranger had helicopters moving 24/7 looking for her, searching for her, all believing that they were going to find her alive. Where did we find her? We found her at a place called Bobo Crossing. Now, I grew up in Wise County, and I lived not too far away from where her body was dumped. And I have no idea why they call it Bobo Crossing. I haven't found anybody who knows why they call it Bobo Crossing, but that's what they call it. It's probably got a county road number, but nobody knows what it is. People just know what this is. It's a little bit south of Boyd, off of Highway 730. We'll show you some maps. But that's where we found her. We found her where he pitched her off naked in the water. That's where we found her.
Stop it.
How did we get to that point? Well,
Naked? That's a new detail as well. There were no signs of sexual assault, but she was found naked in the water. Oh my goodness. I'm going to have to pause here and there, right? We just don't know if they're going to play the audio or anything like that in this opening statement either. I'll do my best. You guys are all like, please, 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 please warn. I don't have a crystal ball. I know we're a little bit behind on purpose to deflaf, but like I'm listening with you live. We're watching live together right now, you know? I'll do my very best.
it wasn't without a lot of hard work by the FBI, Texas Rangers, Wise County Sheriff, deputies. We finally locate her. But how did we get to locate her? Well, Tanner Horner made it as difficult as possible to locate her. Again, with more lies upon lies upon lies. Where's her body? Where's her body? It's over here. It's over here. So on and so forth. It's just too much to keep up with, to be honest with you. So many lies. But we find her body. And you know, throughout this whole time when we're looking for the body, you know, when we ask people what happened, you know, sometimes they take responsibility. Not this guy. Every part of that, even before we found her body, is woe is me. Worried about what's going to happen to me. Worried about why I'm not going to see my kid again. Worried about me. Selfish. We haven't even found her body yet, and he's worried about that. But he's so concerned about diverting law enforcement from what's going on. So concerned from diverting law enforcement from deciphering just simply where her body is, that he conjures a whole other persona out of thin air. And all the ranger had to do is look over at him and say, hey, I want to talk to the other guy. Okay, we'll talk to the other guy, and we'll tell you what happened. But that other guy lies as much as it was before. And that's the problem with all of this. We finally find her body, and here's what you're going to see once we find her body. Now, this is where we start getting into punishment. Obviously, the judge has already talked to you about, at some point, he's going to instruct you to find him guilty in that particular case. We're going to talk to you a little bit about punishment. Now, I hadn't planned on talking about this change of events. Got to switch gears. What does punishment look like? Well, we have DNA. Not only do we have initial DNA from Athena that has Tanner Horner's DNA under her fingernails. We also have DNA, Tanner Horner's DNA, in places where you shouldn't find DNA on a 7-year-old girl. We're going to take you back in time. We're going to show you what Tanner Horner did to prepare for this, covering up the camera, setting this up. And he was there 24 hours before on the same road at a different house with a different girl. It looks eerily similar to what you're going to see on Athena's video the night before. Again, preparation, planning. Okay? So, let's talk a little bit about what you may see in this particular case. We're going to show you the whole video, and we're going to show you how he did it, because I think that's important. It's an hour. It's not 5 minutes. It's an hour. And it's not just one time that he's trying to kill her. It's over and over and over again. You can hear the banging in the truck. You can hear the screams. This is what's coming. It didn't happen fast. Now, when it comes to punishment, you guys know there are two questions, right? Future danger mitigation. We talked to them ad nauseum when you guys were doing Voire. I'll submit to you that the level of violence that one person can inflict on a child is important. But you're also going to hear all about this individual. You're also going to hear about past and present. And I submit to you that you're also going to hear a bunch of stuff about how he's got some kind of life problems. He's got some kind of medical problems. He's got some kind of this. He's got some kind of that. I anticipate all of that coming up. I anticipate a long line of experts rolled up in here telling you just about how problematic this guy is. That's what's to be expected. It's all an excuse. Okay? It's all an excuse for somebody who's done this. So I submit to you, when we get to that, it's going to take a little bit. We're going to try to streamline it as much as we can. Okay? But it's important. I'm going to leave you with this. When we talk to people about Athena, I told you in the beginning we have to talk about her in the past tense, which is very sad. Remember why we have to talk about it in the past tense. Today, we're about a month away, a little more than a month away from Athena's birthday. She would have been 11. Would have been 11. She would have been looking forward to summertime. She would have been in the 4th grade. Key word is would. It's in the past tense, and we know why. We're ready to present this case to you. We appreciate you being here. Thank you. Judge?
Mr. Goble, would you make it on?
Oh my word. Okay, so that is horrific. And what they're already saying that the jury's going to see in here, I'm yet to see, are they going to stream all of that? If we're going to see in here, it sounds horrendous, right? So Athena fought for her life. They found Tanner Horner's DNA under her fingernails and in parts where his DNA shouldn't be. So they did say, the medical examiner said on the autopsy there were no signs of sexual assault. By that, I think they mean no semen. You know what I mean? But I would argue that that is sexual assault if they're finding his DNA in places that there shouldn't be DNA, you know what I mean? Oh my word. But yeah, this is going to be, yeah, the family needs our support, man. If it ever gets too much for you, just know that we'll always save you a seat, right? It's okay. This sounds really like we got to buckle up, just like the prosecutor said. Oh my goodness. Esme said, let's honor Athena and family. Thank you so much for your support. I just quickly want to, I forgot to do this, I'm so sorry, to put the coffee link for the mods on the screen. I can actually do it as we watch this. Hold on. Okay, so I'll do that. We're going to watch the defense's opening statements now. So a lot of you would say, what is his defense? Well, he's saying all sorts of, I don't know, poor me excuses, right? He's saying that he's on the autism spectrum and therefore capital punishment would be immoral. And, you know, things like that. So, wow, just from what we heard, even saying that they found Athena naked, this is terrible. Okay, so if you'll be here watching the trial with me, thank you so much. We're in this together. Here we go.
I'm sorry?
We wish to make an opening, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Goble.
Please, the court.
Yes, sir.
Sarah, you can leave it on the easel.
Morning. About this time last year, in the NBA playoffs, there was a player named Tyrese Halliburton. And he played for the Indiana Pacers, and they were ranked like 4th in the East, something like that. But he led that team to the finals against the best team in the league, the Oklahoma City Thunder. He got him all the way to Game 7, but he was injured. Someone's physically injured, you could see it. You could see him limp. He had a calf injury. Gets to that Game 7, starts out hot, hits 3 3-pointers, they're winning. He's in the game, they're winning. He's out of the game, they're losing. And then his Achilles snaps. I don't know if you've seen that before, but that's a very visible injury. You can see that tendon go up under the skin. You can see him hit the ground, pound on it, pain, frustration, and you know he's done. He's not playing. When someone has a physical injury, we kind of understand. You're not going to run as fast if you're an amputee. You're not going to jump as high. We knew he was playing hurt. We still wanted to play through it. We still wanted him to win, right? Once that snaps, you know he's done. He's not going to play anymore. I like to say we understand. If you wanted him to win, you're still not happy about it. When someone's brain is what's injured, you don't see it. It's not visible at a glance. We don't treat it the same. We want people to push through it. We want it to be okay. If you're talking about a developmental issue, talking about mental illness, brain damage, well, you should outgrow that. Everybody's sad sometimes. If you got strength, just use your strength to make up for the deficits. A bone that's 99% unbroken is still a broken bone. It's not going to support the weight. It's not going to do its job. There are experts that can tell you, measure, testing, research, what's wrong with the brain, why it's not functioning the way you expect it to. They can show you causal links between what's wrong with the brain and how someone behaves, why they don't fit in, why they don't function the way someone who doesn't have those deficits functions. But do we really need that? It's not true that we don't know when something's wrong with someone. You know that someone ain't right. They don't pick up on the social cues. They can't solve the problems they should be able to solve with the intelligence they have. They can't put themselves in someone else's shoes the way everyone else does. The way you have to. Tanner's injury actually began before he was born. His mother, God bless her, Melissa Horner, was working as a stripper when she was pregnant. And one of the ways she was able to get on stage and do her job was to drink alcohol. If you're exposed to alcohol prenatally before you're born, it doesn't have to be a lot. It can be in the first trimester. We know now that if it's just on the wrong days of gestation, it will cause permanent injuries. Now, Melissa continued throughout Tanner's life.
Okay, so unfortunately, yes, the defense attorney is mumbling a little bit, and then this courtroom audio, a lot of white noise, background noise, whatever, right? We do our best. I boosted it. I mean, the original sound is much softer. We won't hear a damn thing like that. So all I could do is boost it for us, and we could listen very carefully to the defense, which their opening statements are all about poor Tanner Horner. You know, on the autism spectrum, and now he's going with that his mother was a stripper and drank alcohol when she was pregnant. So we are now on reason number 2 of why, I don't know, the jury should pity Tanner Horner and not give him the death sentence. Whereas, it doesn't matter what happened in your life or what diagnosis you have, it takes a special kind of evil to kill a little girl. I mean, hello, don't kill people. To abduct a 7-year-old and then try, as the state said, over and over and over again, many times within an hour to kill her, it's horrific. Okay, I don't think there's any excuses. Yeah, Stefan says, public defender Stephen Goebel is not wearing a mic, unfortunately. Sir, please. We need the mic, right? Amanda Moore said, this is my 27th trial with the Grizzlies. Damn, you said Gannon's was so hard, but I have a blonde 7-year-old daughter in 1st grade and she's a whole world. I'm in tears already. This one will be hard to watch. It really will. Thank you so much for your support and for being here. I really appreciate it.
To this day, to have issues with substance abuse with the law. So she was not there for him a lot. Kind of in and out of her care. His dad, unfortunately, had similar issues, more legal, more substance abuse, and he wasn't there much either. So he was raised by Jackie Harps, and Jackie is a wonderful grandmother. and she's done the best she can with him. She had him tested at a young age, and the school determined he had Asperger's, which is now considered a form of autism spectrum disorder. Now, autism ranges from some mild quirks, some social issues, things like that, all the way up to being unable to function. That's why they call it a spectrum. Tanner received services throughout his school life until he was 18. Autism is one of those things, though, that you are taught skills to deal with. It doesn't go away. It's not something you outgrow. A lot of people, as they get to adulthood, learn skills and are able to cope. You're going to hear evidence about Tanner's autism. Tanner, unfortunately, has also suffered various mental illnesses throughout his life, been diagnosed, he's received treatment for, and some of those are ongoing. We will hear about those and what issues he has there. And finally, you will hear evidence that Tanner at some point, presumably during his developmental years, was exposed to a massive amount of lead. Testing shows that he has 24 times the amount of lead that a person his age should have in his bones. You don't have to be a scientist or a doctor to know that lead has terrible effects on the brain and on the body.
So how come if other people have heavy metals in their body, are diagnosed with high-functioning autism, what is his other excuse? Oh, okay, that his mom drank while she was pregnant. Okay, and is she gonna speak, defend herself or what? Anyway, what about all the other people that might have that same combination, not killing little girls, right? My goodness. Kathleen is reminding everyone that closed captioning is on. Yes, it is. From my side, you must turn it on your device. It's normally, I think it's at the bottom right, is it? Let's see. Yeah, just click the CC and then it should be on. Okay.
Why does this matter? Well, remember back in the beginning when we were in the group, the judge told you, the state told you, the defense told you how important the presumption of innocence is. How important the state's burden of proof is. They have to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Tanner has done what he can today by pleading guilty, accepting that he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison. Now, I understand I have a different perspective on this because I've represented a lot of defendants who won't do that. The evidence is overwhelming. The state said it's terrible. I hate that we all have to sit through it together. But all across America today, there are defendants that are relying on that presumption of innocence and that burden of proof in their cases to try to get a non-guilty verdict, no matter how the evidence is stacked against them. You even heard in that group, Voire that we did, that the state suggested we might try to get a non-capital verdict in this case, unless we included offense. We're not doing any of that. So where does that leave you? We've already talked about it. That's why we spent the time in individual Voire going over everything. You've taken that oath now, that second oath we talked about, to follow the law. And the law in Texas never requires a death penalty. The law in Texas is always satisfied with life without parole.
Objection, argument, Your Honor. Overruled.
Life without parole is a terrible punishment. You are being asked to use your personal moral judgment to apply that special issue number 1 to the evidence that you do here. It's going to take a while. It'll be from both sides. But remember, that's whether there's a probability that the defendant will commit criminal acts of violence that constitute a continuing threat to society. We believe when you heard the evidence, you realize that the type of damage that Tanner had to his brain actually makes him a good candidate for structure and rules. It's probably
Okay, how about the rule of don't kill people? My goodness. Beyond the Gavel said, my son has autism, has dealt with mental health issues, and would never hurt a little child. I don't know why it matters because no unaliver is not mentally ill. Thank you so much for your support. Tyler, Ben's dad, said, sick of this narrative. My autistic son would have fought to the end to save this girl from him, right? Sure, defense. I mean, maybe someone on the jury has a son or daughter on the spectrum. Maybe they know someone, friends or family. So like, you know, when the defense goes like with an angle like this, you really think that's going to work? 'Cause I don't think so. This has got nothing to do with what he did to Athena, which he pleaded guilty to, you know? So anyway, they got to do what they got to do. We're in the punishment phase of the trial, the second phase, because Tanner Horner pleaded guilty.
But he's always needed. And when he goes to prison, he will be under threat. He will not be the one threatening you. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that he is a continuing threat to society, then you'll use your personal moral judgment to consider that second question. Whether or not there's a sufficient mitigating circumstance or circumstances to warrant a life sentence instead of a death sentence. We've talked about that already too. What is a sufficient mitigating circumstance from the evidence is whatever you find sufficient to justify a life sentence. Remember, you don't have to agree on why he isn't a continuing threat to society, and you don't have to agree on what a mitigating circumstance is. When you do see this evidence, the break is obvious. The only way to ignore that damage came, that break came from the damage that was already there, is just like a caliber. If you ignore that his cap was already injured. That's how an Achilles tendon snaps. We still expected him to push through and win. We still expected Tanner to push through and be a father and be a productive citizen and be all the things.
Sir, no one asked him to be a father, firstly. Secondly, this poor jury won't hear about his 3 other sexual assault charges. They don't have that full history of what he's accused of, what he's charged with. Those 3 pending sexual assault charges, which involve minors, are pending. Okay, not part of this trial. So do I think that he's a danger to society? Hell yes, especially children. Oh my goodness. Anyway, okay. And also, if he was so, I don't know what the defense is trying to make him out to be. So he was operating a commercial vehicle. He was a FedEx driver. He was working, he knew the route. He knew how to cover up the camera. He knew, you know, how to lie to the police and all of that. And eventually pointed them in the direction of where they could find her body. Yeah, no, none of this, none of this.
But we wanted him to be, but he just didn't do it. So what I'm asking you to do is to not close your eyes to what you see about who Tanner is and how that applies to those 2 special issues. Not close your ears and not listen, not pretend that damage to the brain isn't real. Speak up, fulfill your oath, sentence him to life without parole.
You know, this trial is going to be horrific. We're going to hear some absolutely horrendous evidence. With that in mind, what I do want to say, what I like about this trial is that the difference between the only outcome is life without parole or the death sentence. You know, the minimum that he will get is life without the possibility of parole. Yeah, because it's a death penalty case. So the jury's deliberations will be about, do you want to sentence, do you advise you sentence him to death or life without parole? But he's never getting out. He's not getting out. Okay, so defense, nice try.
Lindsey Thompson.
Lindsey Thompson.
show you this picture of Athena quickly. Look at it. Thank you to Grizzly Cat for finding such beautiful pictures of Athena and editing them so that they're really nice, high quality as well. Just look at her. Shame! And this, I think I cropped it. Let's see. It's, it says, hello, first grade. She was only in first grade. And she loved school. My goodness. So this is the little girl that Tanner Horner killed. I think I would like to make closing arguments now. Thank you so much. I'm ready for deliberations. Oh my goodness. Okay, so here we go with the state's first witness. There he is. This is him here, 34 years old.
Ms. Thompson, come right here, please. Good morning.
Good morning.
Have a seat. You would raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay. There's a rule of evidence in effect that says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. And once you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay? Mr. Staten?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Thompson, would you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court?
Yes, my name is Lindsey Thompson, Lindsey, Thompson, Thompson.
Ms. Thompson, I noticed you're wearing a green jacket there that has an emblem on it. What's that for?
I am a first grade teacher at Paradise Elementary in Paradise ISD.
Stop it. This was her first grade teacher. Oh man, this is going to be so heartbreaking. Okay, here we go.
Can you tell us a little bit about where Paradise is located?
Paradise is about 40 miles northwest of Fort Worth. A very small town, population under 1,000. Very small schools, one stoplight, your typical small town.
And tell me about Paradise ISD. How many kids do they have and what size school is it?
UIL classifies us as a 3A district. We have about 100 students per grade level, give or take a little bit.
And you said you're a first grade teacher?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been a first grade teacher?
I have been at Paradise ISD this is my 7th year, and prior to that I was in another district for 5 years teaching first grade.
So you're kind of a permanent first grade teacher?
Yes, I do love first grade.
So when you're in your class, in Ms. Thompson's class, on average, about how many kids do you have in the class?
Between 18 and 20.
Now I'm going to take you back a little bit, if you will, back to it's been a few years, to the 2022 school year, okay?
Were you teaching first grade then?
Yes, I was.
And did you have the same 18 to 20 kids?
Yes, I did.
Now, during that school year, did you have a chance to have a student in your class by the name of Athena Strand?
I did.
And tell me, when did she come to your class?
The first time I met Athena was at Meet the Teacher night. Her stepmom brought her in, and I vividly remember her coming in. She had all of her supplies. She was so excited about being at school. I can just still remember her just standing there, just excited to be there. And that was the first time that I met Athena.
And tell us a little bit about what kind of student was she?
I adored Athena. She was so much fun. She was a free spirit. She loved drawing. She loved to write. She loved to color. She was just your typical, 7-year-old little girl that just loved life. She would come in with, stickers on her hands. She loved to dress up. Like, she truly was a free spirit. Like, there's no other word to describe her. Like, she definitely was a true gem.
I'm gonna bet when you say free spirit, is that kind of a nice way of saying that she might have been a little more enthusiastic in your class than some other kids?
Yes, she's one that would stand up for herself, and she would speak her mind when she wanted to. She loved to talk and socialize with her friends, but that's just who made her who she was.
So let me ask you, how long, you said it was Meet the Teacher Night. When does Meet the Teacher Night normally happen in a year?
In August, like about the week before school starts.
And then she was in your class through when?
November 30th, 2022.
Now, just so that we're clear, can you describe her physically for the jury?
Yes, she was.
Just hold on, shame. She's getting emotional now because, she saw her on November 30th of 2022. That's the day that Athena was murdered. And Athena was living at her dad's house, staying at her dad's house at the time, in Texas. And her mom had joint custody with her dad. Her mom lived in Oklahoma, and she was due to go back to Oklahoma, looking forward to Christmas as well with her mom, right? Shame. So this is gonna, I think this is gonna get emotional because she literally would have seen her that day before she went home. Got off the school bus at 4:15 p.m.
Thin and petite. She had blonde hair that sometimes she'd wear up, but most of the time it was down, wavy. She had perfect color skin, but she was always smiling.
Judge Matt?
Yes.
I showed you two pictures. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And these are states 1 and 2. Who is that in those pictures?
That is Athena Strand.
Is that what she looked like the last time you saw her?
Yes.
She was actually mid states 1 and 2?
Have you seen her tender it to defense?
Oh, I'm sorry. You did it yesterday.
Tender it to defense.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How old we did, Your Honor, this week, just.
Sure.
I thought we had it on drive. I'm sorry.
Okay.
States Exhibits 1 and 2 are again.
We published 1 and 2?
Yes. Can all the members of the jury see the
Oh,
display
yes.
board?
Sorry.
No. Can all the members see the display board? Okay.
All right, well, when the computer figures itself out, we'll talk about that in a second, all right? Let me go. Let me ask you, let me take you to November of 2022 in any given school year. What is going on in November of 22 in any given school year in Ms. Thompson's first grade class?
Well, at the end of November, we are getting ready for Christmas, so it's a little bit chaotic, but everyone is super excited about Christmas coming, so we're doing Christmas crafts, writing Santa letters, just all the fun things that bring magic to first graders life at school.
You said that's at the end, right? Do you have some type of Thanksgiving break in the middle?
We do, yes.
And so let me take you to November of 2022. Do you remember when Thanksgiving break was that year?
It would have been the week before November 30th.
Okay. So let's talk about a couple of things. Thanksgiving break, obviously good for students and teachers, right? Let me ask you, what is it like when kids come back from that Thanksgiving break?
It's a little bit chaotic, just because they know Christmas is coming. So they're just super excited. And so we, do lots of different activities to keep them engaged and still, ready to learn. Yes.
You said that after Thanksgiving break is we start looking towards Christmas, is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you about another time during school, and it's something that is commonly called Red Ribbon Week. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Tell us what Red Ribbon Week is.
Red Ribbon Week is a week where it usually falls around Halloween, but we focus on making good choices, whether it be who we interact with, things we put in our body. It's, like I said, it's around Halloween, so we talk a lot about, the candy that you have in your basket, make sure that your parent checks that before, but it's really just about safety and being aware of your surroundings and teaching kids that.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. Tell me what you notice about that picture.
She is wearing her Hocus Pocus shirt. She did love Halloween and love dressing up.
So, was Athena in your class after you come back from Thanksgiving break?
She was.
And doing those activities you talked about?
Yes.
And was she there during Red Ribbon Week that year?
Yes, she was.
Right. Judge it for me. Show you the warrant, State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is a journal entry from Athena's journal.
And how do you know that's from Athena's journal?
The following day after she was found, I looked in her journal at school, and this was the last entry in her journal.
And you recognize that as her journal?
Yes, it is.
Just read out to Mid States 4.
Yeah, this one will object hearsay, relevance, or prejudicial, probative, and due process.
Objections overruled. State's Exhibit 4 is admitted.
I know I say it a lot, but I really like this judge. Like, okay, objections overruled. I know. I mean, he would consider it. I just like the way that he delivers his decision, Yeah, objection overruled. Moving on. That's now admitted. Oh, my word. I think we're going to see Athena's journal entry. Her last journal entry from November 30th of 2022.
Ms. Thompson, you said something about you knew when exactly that you noticed this in her journal. When exactly was that?
It would have been on December 1st, 2022.
And we know Athena was murdered on November 30th.
Yes.
What day was that you found that?
It was Saturday, December 1st.
So at that point, we hadn't found her yet, had we?
No, sorry. It was on Saturday, December 2nd.
December 2nd?
Yes, sorry.
And
Yes.
so have we found her body by that time?
Yes.
Okay, and you're up at school and you're looking?
Yes.
And in that particular journal, when you said that, is that during Red Ribbon Week?
Yes, that was something we wrote during Red Ribbon Week.
And I'm not going to have you read it exactly, but what is Athena learning in that journal entry that day?
She is learning to stay away from strangers.
Stranger danger.
Yes.
And as part of her schoolwork and stuff during that week and that journal entry, what's going on during that? What are the students learning about?
They are learning about just staying safe, whether it be with interaction with other people or things that they're putting into their bodies. Just learning how to be safe as a child.
And part of that would be staying away from strangers.
Yes.
Or people that children know are strangers.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to take you to the... I'm going to take you to the end of November, on Monday, November 28th.
Mm-hmm.
Were you in school that day?
Yes.
Was Athena in school that day?
Yes, she was.
I think you talked a minute ago how you guys were doing Christmas stuff.
Yes.
How far away from Christmas break at that time?
About 3 weeks.
Judge, can we publish States 4?
Sure.
Is this what you were talking about before?
Yes.
It's her writing?
Yes.
And that was the last writing?
Shame. Okay, wait. I just want to... Oh, man. Athena wrote, October 27, 2022. This week is Red Ribbon Week. Today I learned to stay away from strangers. Oh, man.
she had in your class.
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about that last week. Okay. So Monday is the 28th,
Yes.
and I'm going to take you to that Wednesday, November 30th. Was Dina also in your class that day?
She was.
Now, I'm going to ask you a couple of things here, and just to verify this. When we show you State's Exhibit 1, that picture of her, or State's 2 in her hocus pocus, is that what she looked like on that day?
Yes.
And when I tell you, and I use the term mandatory reporter, do you know what that means?
I do.
What does that mean?
That means as a teacher, I'm required to notify CPS if I have any concerns of neglect or harm.
Right. And in this particular case, when we see those pictures of Athena that you had, is that what she looked like?
Yes.
Did she have any bruises or other injuries on her?
No, she did not.
No? Okay. And I didn't tell you this in the beginning, but she's taken all this stuff down. So when I ask a question,
Okay.
then you answer right back.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
I didn't mention that before.
Okay.
All right, so let's take you to that Wednesday. She's in your class, and anything go on that day that was unusual or out of the ordinary?
No, I mean, it was a typical, middle of the week. Like I have talked about before, it was, right before Christmas, so everything was a little bit chaotic. As teachers, we have to really, make sure our classroom management is strong during that time. Athena, that particular day, she was talking a lot and, just being a kid. And so I did have to write her binder that afternoon just to let, parents know that she did have a little bit of struggle that day.
So a little bit of a rough day for Athena that
Yes,
Wednesday.
yes.
Let me show you, what we've marked as States 3. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, that is a writing that Athena did from the first week of school. We read a story about being a good listener, and then the students responded by how they can be a good listener.
All right. And is there a picture on that?
Yes, there is.
And did you take that picture?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you create this for their class?
Yes.
Judge, we'd ask if it's States 3. Sorry.
We understand objections, hearsay, relevance, or prejudicial, probative, and due process.
Those objections are overruled. States 3 is admitted.
Ms. Thompson, when did you say that picture was taken?
That picture was taken on the first day of school.
And we know, when was her last day of school?
November 30th, 2022.
You said she had a bit of a rough day, a little bit too much talking.
Yes,
Did you have to be a teacher?
I did.
And when you say you write in somebody's binder, for a first grader, is that a pretty big deal?
Yes, I mean, for the most part, yes, but just to let parents know kind of like what happened at school and, just kind of give them an idea of what's happening in the classroom.
When Athena left school that day, what time does school normally let out?
3:25.
And let me just ask you this. What did you say to Athena when she left for school that day, leaving school that day?
I gave her a hug, and I told her, I love you, and we will have a better day tomorrow.
Did you have it tomorrow?
I did not.
When's the next day back at school?
It would have been Thursday.
Athena's not in your class, is she?
She is not.
What about Friday?
She's not in my class.
And part of this is, I'm going to ask you, what was going on in your class? How did that affect your class with those 2 days with her missing?
It was very hard. A lot of kids, some knew that something was not right, but everyone knew she was not there. I was still having to count her absent. A lot of kids, you could tell their anxiety, like they were worried. They knew something was wrong. Her desk was empty. But it was a very hard 2 days in the classroom.
So now we roll to Saturday. You said that's when you found out,
I found out Friday evening.
Friday evening on the 2nd.
Okay, so when they're saying, you know, Wednesday, Thursday, I don't know about you, but I like to draw out a little calendar so that I could follow along which dates they're saying. So Wednesday was November 30th of 2022. Athena, 7 years old, first grade, went to school, and this is her first grade teacher, Mrs. Thompson, speaking about that day at school. And that was a bit of a tough day for Athena because, you know, she was talking a lot and all of that, and she said, I love you, we'll have a better day tomorrow. Okay, but there was no tomorrow because that afternoon, Athena got home around 4:15 p.m. to her dad's house in Paradise, Texas, and the FedEx driver arrived around 5:15 p.m. Tanner Horner, the defendant, the FedEx driver, contracted by Big Spin, something like that. Anyway, some company that he drove for, the FedEx contracted. And he was there to deliver a package. And that package, ironically, had Athena's Christmas Barbies in it, but she never got to see it. Okay, so she was outside playing in the front yard, waiting for her stepmother to call her in for dinner. Her dad wasn't on the property. He was out hunting with his dad, with Athena's grandpa, right? So the only adult on the property was her stepmother. I'm sure we'll see her testify as well. I think people will give her a hard time, which I think is unfair because she, you know, Athena was doing her chores, folding some laundry and things, and then she went outside to play a little bit, and the FedEx driver came along and snatched her and killed her and threw her in the water. Now, that was Wednesday. When they say Wednesday, in this context, it's Wednesday, November 30th of 2022. Athena's last day alive. Okay? On Thursday, the 1st of December then, the kids at school were all distressed and wondering, where's Athena and why is her desk empty and all of that. They were looking for Athena. There were canines, drones, helicopters, grid searchers, volunteers. Athena's mother and aunt had driven out there from Oklahoma to Texas to go and help look for her. Everybody was super worried, of course, and so were we. We were covering it at the time, and the first press conference, I think that was on December 1st. On the Friday, when they say Friday, that's December 2nd of 2022, her body was found. Because they'd spoken to Tanner Horner. They were like, wait, there was a delivery driver? They interviewed him. He said Athena's deceased, and that he said where they can find her body. Eventually, they said there were many lies, right? So when they say Friday, that's the day they discovered Athena's body. Okay. When they talk about Saturday, that's the day, December 3rd, that the teacher says she looked through Athena's last journal entry. Yeah, TB says, oof, that journal entry was tough. Yeah, shame, man. Okay, just so that I hope that helps somebody whose brain works like mine. Thank you, John. Big top spin.
Let's move forward to Monday. You go back to school Monday?
Yes.
How do you go back to school on Monday after that?
Because I knew that the rest of my class needed their teacher. And they needed someone to love them and support them and help them walk through this.
So what's happening in the school that day, that Monday?
We have a crisis team, which includes local counselors, counselors within our district, people from local churches. They come in to talk and support kids. We read off a script of letting them know that their classmate is no longer there. We do activities to try to help them begin the grieving process. There's just a lot going on, like just trying to help kids cope and learn. Like this is a big thing for them at 6 and 7 years old to have to walk through. And so there's just a lot of counseling, guidance, and support that is happening.
And at this point,
You need to take a break. How much longer do you anticipate with this witness?
a little bit.
Okay. All right, let's take our morning break. We will we'll come back at 20 minutes to 11, okay? 15 minutes, all right? See you then.
Mom.
Sorry.
Suspected had.
Sorry.
All right, are we ready to resume?
And we're back. I'm streaming from a local news channel, and they they talk in between a little bit. Okay, so I just wanted to skip over that break there. LAB from Tennessee said, please no spoilers from people watching ahead. We are behind on purpose and watching real time. We don't want to know what's coming up. Thank you. Of course, that applies to the live watchers, right? If you're watching the replay, just follow the timestamps because they'll be there for you. I make them myself, as in handmade timestamps for you. They're in the pinned comments and description box so that you'll know where to skip to, right? Thank you, LEB, for your sticker. I really appreciate it. Okay, so we are back after the morning break. Here we go.
Lunch for the jury won't be here till about 12:30, so we'll work up to as close as we can to that time, okay?
Yes, sir.
Y'all ready to resume? Ready, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go.
Don't get yourself
Kelly Silver, 37, says, did they read her journal entry? They did. They did. I will timestamp that for you as well. She wrote, she had a little picture, and she said, today I learned, I don't know, I can't remember how she phrased it, but about stranger danger, to not talk to strangers, right? That was her last journal entry. Shame. Okay. You could see a lot of people in the courtroom are wearing pink in honor of Athena. That was her favorite color.
All right, everyone may be seated.
Where's Kyle when we need him? The bailiff from Tennessee. Everybody stand, please. Okay, everybody have a seat. Also, somebody asked earlier in the chat, has he delivered there before? Was Athena familiar to him? That's going to be interesting because I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. We haven't heard any of that. And I wonder if we will in this trial. Had he been there? That's going to be interesting, right? Melissa Loves True Crime said the irony of that journal entry. I know, right? No Busier said, why does that journal entry say October? It was October 27th of 2022. It was probably a school journal entry. I don't know. It said October 27th. You're right. Grey Wolf Lindsay said, this is such a heartbreaking case. Yes, it is. It absolutely is. So thank you so much that we can watch this together.
We are ready to proceed, Mr. State.
Thank you, Your Honor.
At least there will be justice for Athena. Can't bring her back. She was only 7 years old. But this is the difference between the death sentence or life without parole. So I'm already looking forward to victim impact statements and just sentence this creature. My goodness. Anyway, let's go. We still got a lot of evidence to hear. I don't know how long it will be, but the state said that they will be presenting as much as possible so that the jury can consider all of that when they deliberate on what the sentence should be. And so that could be the original trial, right, was anticipated to last a month. So this could be 2 weeks or so, of evidence from the state just based on what they want to present to the jury for the full story for them to deliberate on the sentence. Stefan, you're right. You said courtroom audio is usually not great on day one. They usually sort it out on day two. They usually do, right? It actually often starts like that, where the audio is not so great day one, day two, much better. So it's not too bad so far.
Thompson, when we left off, we were talking a little bit about your classroom that Monday and what's going on, and you talked about we had counselors there, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what was going on with the kids in your classroom that day?
They were very confused. As 6 and 7 year olds, they have a really hard time understanding the loss of a friend. We did a lot of grief groups. We read stories, just trying to help them start that grieving and healing process.
And in this particular situation, are they aware of what had happened to her?
Yes, they were.
So they know that she was taken against her will and murdered?
Yes.
And these kids are how old?
6 and 7.
Let's talk about you. You've been teaching how many years total now?
This is my 12th year.
And how does this affect you as a teacher?
When I look at my life and career, I have before Athena and I have after, and it looks very different.
How so?
Every day, I hug my kids as they walk out the door and tell them that they love them. But now every day when I do that, and for the rest of my teaching career, I have to think about what if they do not come back tomorrow.
So we are now approaching 4 years out?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Is this still affecting those kids?
Yes.
How so?
There are several of those students who they are now in 4th grade, and there are several that are still having outside counselors. Several students that are afraid to sleep in their own bed, will not play in their front yard.
Objection, Your Honor, here's that.
Sustained.
Can't talk about things that you've been told by other people.
Yes.
Would you say lingering effect that's continued all the way to the 4th grade?
Yes.
Last thing I'm going to talk with you about here is tell me about the mailbox.
So, when Athena passed, we wanted to do something for our students so they could learn how to grieve. And so we had a mailbox made that was placed outside of our classroom.
And let me stop you right there. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Yes.
This mailbox.
Yes.
Who made this mailbox?
My husband and I did.
And was it only in your classroom? Where was it?
It was between 2 first grade classrooms in the hallway.
And when we say mailbox, I want to make sure I understand what we're talking about. Would this be a normal, like we would see mailbox?
Yes, on a stand, yes.
And was that your idea to have this mailbox?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of you putting this mailbox or bringing it to the children? What was the purpose?
I wanted them to have the opportunity to write letters to Athena to help process.
Objection, Your Honor, here's that.
Overruled.
To help process, and they would write, draw pictures, whatever they were feeling, and they would place in that mailbox.
And again, like I said, I'm not going to ask you what any of them said, so to speak. So you're saying the purpose was for these kids to be able to express themselves by writing or coloring and put in that mailbox.
Yes.
And so that mailbox, when did it arrive in between the 2 first grade classrooms?
The day that we returned to school, so that Monday.
Okay. And did you get some letters in it?
A lot, from all grade levels.
So did the mailbox stay there or in your classroom? Where did it end up?
We eventually moved it inside the classroom, but it began to get too much for the kids. They would tell me when they saw that, it made them think of Athena and what happened to her, and so we had to remove it out of the classroom.
And so how long did this mailbox, was it a fixture in the school?
For the remainder of the year, we moved it up to the front office, and kids still continue to put things in there, but it was in a different location in the office.
How many letters do you think you got in that mailbox?
Oh, I'm over 100.
And just a little bit of in the school before it let out?
Yes.
When we talk about
Okay, let's pause quickly. Somebody asked, wait, can I find it? I don't know. Sorry about that. I don't know who asked it, but somebody said, what does this have to do with the crime? So as a reminder, I will tell you that we're in the second phase of the trial right off the bat. From day one, we're in the second phase of the trial, which is the punishment phase, which is where the state gets to present the evidence with the angle, the added angle of aggravating factors for the jury to consider sentencing Tanner Horner to death. So if we had seen phase one, if he didn't plead guilty today, as they started, which was it unexpected though? I don't know. I feel like I had a gut feel that he's going to do that, especially when his defense team filed 28 motions in January. I'm like, oh, they want a plea deal. What are they doing there, hey? This guy's probably going to plead guilty. He's a complete coward. And now he's just going to sit there and take his chances to see if maybe he doesn't get the death penalty. That's what he's doing. Anyway, so he pleaded guilty. If we saw the first phase, it might have been slightly less emotional testimony, if you know what I mean. This is the punishment phase, okay? So they go all in on the aggravating factors. And the defense will go all in on the mitigating factors. So meaning, I'm going to say it in layman's terms, lots of sub stories. You know what I mean? There'll be character witnesses for him, people maybe vouching for him, people begging for him not to be put to death, that type of thing. Okay? So yeah, Melissa Loves True Crime said the second phase is always more emotionally charged. This helps show the jury who Athena was. So there you go. That was you that asked, right? Conkin said, oh, thanks to you. Yeah. No worries if you only joined later and you didn't know we're on phase 2. Okay, so that's what we're doing. Wait, let's play it from here.
You said that you've had some struggles as a teacher.
Yes.
Have you had any struggles as a person?
Yes.
Tell us about it.
I have been through hours of therapy, trying to heal from this. I have lost 2 other students back to back with this tragedy, but this has hit me the hardest. It has forever changed my life, forever changed how I teach my kids. One of the biggest moments of struggle for me was one day I had a little girl. She came out into the hall. This was about 3 months after everything, and she was crying. And she sat down and she said, Miss Thompson, I really miss Athena, but I'm afraid that this is going to happen to me too. And at that moment, I did not know.
Stay. It affected your kids?
It did. It
And
did.
you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming in today, Ms. Thompson. My name is Steve Goebel. I'm with the attorneys for Tanner Horner. I just have a couple of quick questions.
That's nice, Mr. Goebel. Can you please get a microphone? We at Grizzly True Crime hereby request and demand, without stomping our feet, please get a freaking microphone. Right? Close. If you have one, make sure it's on, tap it, okay? Maybe a lapel mic, something like that would be amazing. Okay, here we go with the cross-examination.
On that state's exhibit number 4, the journal entry,
Yes.
the date on the top of that was October 27th, 2022.
Yes.
And what day did you say that was turned in?
I opened up her journal on December 2nd, and that was the day that I saw it. Yes.
So was that something they wrote in daily or weekly? Or?
It was weekly. Between like October and then December, we do a lot of writing outside of our journal, so that's why there was nothing in there after that.
And I think you, either today or previously, have described Athena as being very friendly,
Yes.
very kind of talkative.
Yes.
Was there a story too that she maybe had befriended a new student?
She had,
Can
yes.
you tell us about that?
We had a student that came in to our classroom, and he had some needs that needed to be met, and she opened her arms to him. She played with him on the playground. Like, she just had a big heart, and that's just who she was.
That's wonderful. Thank you for testifying.
Yes, thank you.
That's what you-
Redirect.
Oh, that was it from the defense. Okay, well, at least they clarified for us why was the date in Athena's journal October 27th of 2022. Well, because it sounds like they may have written every week, but sometimes outside of the journal. So that was the last journal entry of Athena's, October 27th of 2022. Her last day at school, her last day alive was November 30th of 2022. So, okay, that's a month later. Stefan says death penalty requires unanimous agreement from all 12 jurors on answers that support death, unanimous yes to future dangerousness, and unanimous no to mitigation. And you put in brackets AI. Is it? Which one is it? Is it Gemini, Grok? Which auntie or uncle is it? Is it ChatGPT? Huh? I don't know. All the ones. My goodness. Okay. Thank you so much, Stefan, for that as well. I forgot to answer that earlier. Sorry about that. I also researched it, and I'm like, yes, it has to be unanimous when the jury deliberates after hearing all of this evidence, when they deliberate on what the sentence should be. Okay, here we go.
No, Your Honor. May this witness be finally excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am. Who do you have next?
Elizabeth Ashley Strand.
Elizabeth Strand.
Okay, Elizabeth Strand is Athena's stepmother. She was the only adult on the property, a 6-acre property at the time. There we go. Stefan said, it's cousin Grokji. Is that so? Say hi to him. Him or her, for me. Thank you so much. Okay, so Elizabeth Strand, stepmother of Athena. Athena was staying on her dad's property, right, at the time? In Paradise, Texas. And so she was busy preparing dinner. Athena got off the school bus around 4:15 p.m. And then her stepmother had said that her and Athena had a little disagreement. There was a little argument. And so Athena had to go to her, at the time it was a temporary bedroom, which was in like an outside, like a storage shed type area for her and her stepsister. The stepsister was younger. I believe the stepsister was in the house. We'll hear more of this. This will be clarified now. I'm just giving you just what we know so far from what's been reported before the trial, right? Anyway, so the stepmother and the younger sister were in the house. Stepmother preparing dinner, said she'd call Athena when dinner was ready. So Athena had to do some chores. She was folding some laundry and things like that and sorting laundry to put her dirty laundry into the wash. And that's what her stepmother had apparently asked her to do. And then after that, she went outside to play a little bit before her stepmother called her in for dinner, right? And so when her stepmom called her in for dinner, and she couldn't find her anywhere, she searched everywhere. She called other people on the property, other family members who lived on the property, and then she couldn't find her, and then she called 911 to report her missing. So now, already trigger warning, because we might hear the 911 call, and you guys said I must tell you when there's like audio that might be upsetting, right? Mel B313 said, wow, 25 months. Thank you so much for your amazing support. You said, Grizzly, you're the best. Thank you for bringing us Athena's very important case. And thank you so much for following Athena's case with me. Well, there will be justice. It's just, what will the sentence be, right?
Your Honor, can we approach from here?
Sure.
We've got a bit of our first sidebar. Bunny said, I wonder if the shed was attached to the house. So, I don't think so. I mean, I haven't seen images of it. I've just heard how it's reported. And the reason was because they were renovating the home. They said the bigger property, like the main house on the 6-acre property, was not in use. In some articles, they said abandoned. There was a smaller property, which was the main house, that was being renovated. And so they had this temporary bedroom for the girls, I think outside. Stefan, thank you for answering questions. Athena was 7 years old, yes.
Good morning. You would raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay, give me a lower your hand. There's a rule of evidence. It's in effect, says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying what you have testified. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Yes.
All right. Whose witness is this? Mr. State?
Yes, Your Honor. You have a little me today.
Okay.
Ma'am, your first name is Elizabeth. Is that the common spelling, Elizabeth?
Yes.
Okay. But you go by Ashley, is that right?
Yes.
And how do you spell Ashley?
ASHOEY.
And as it applies to this case, your last name is Strand?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to take you right to this. I want to take you back to November of 22, okay?
Okay.
What was your address at that particular time in November of 2022?
268 County Road,
Hey, you
35.
need to speak up a little bit closer. Okay.
It's 268 County Road, 3573 in Paradise.
Okay. And just so you're aware, we want to make sure everybody can hear what you have to say. All
Yes.
right? You're kind of soft-spoken, so you may have to pull that microphone up to you a little bit. You don't have my voice.
Got
so-
it.
All right. Let me just get a little information about that address. Where is that address located?
In well, technically in Cottondale, but in Paradise.
Okay. Those are towns, right?
Yes.
Okay, what county are they in?
Wise County.
Wise County, okay. And so you said two towns, you said Paradise?
Yes.
And then you said Cottondale?
Cottondale.
Okay. And, okay, tell us just a little bit about Paradise as a town.
It's a very small town. Like one stoplight kind of town.
Okay.
You know, just a nice little quiet town.
What about, you said the town of Cottondale?
Yeah, it's inside of Paradise.
Okay. Is it bigger or
It's
smaller?
even smaller than Paradise is. I mean, there's tiniest little church ever out there, so.
Okay. So besides the tiniest little church ever, that's the only thing that is in Cottondale?
I mean, you know, lots of nice, you know, little properties and just, you know, places for, I don't know, just,
Let me help you with that. Is this small town country life is what you're telling me?
yes, very much country life where, you know, you let your kids go play and ride four-wheelers and stuff and,
Ooh, we could tell this is gonna get very emotional, right? So, show you, man. Okay. If you watched the trial prep video that I made for you, then you know we read the indictment. If you watched any of my previous coverage, we also read the indictment. They described the property there. So, well, I haven't shown pictures or seen pictures. Maybe they're going to show us at this trial, right? If you have pictures, you can email me, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com, right? But what they said was it was described in the indictment as a converted storage shed. And so her father, Jacob Strand, was renovating the main house, and Athena and her younger sister, which was apparently her stepsister, were temporarily sleeping in a converted storage shed next to the house. You naughty if you didn't watch the trial prep video. You have homework to do. Okay, here we go.
Judge Approach.
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that map and anything on that?
yes.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about how you recognize it and what is it?
That is the property that we lived on. That's the driveway. You gotta go all the way up. It's really far. And then there's the circle drive where you go. And
Let me ask you, do you recognize the road that takes you to County Road 3573?
yes,
And do you recognize County Road 3573 has been the road you testified about?
yes.
Judge, we asked to admit states.
Now they're going to show us, aren't they?
No objection.
State's Exhibit 5 is admitted.
Okay, hold on. We have someone snarking at me. Birthday Queen Samara says, maybe you shouldn't keep repeating that. That makes them look bad. Kids could have slept in the living room. I'm just stating the facts. It's up to you what you make of it. Be nice. Whatever you make of it. If you interpret that as really bad, okay, try to be nice. I'm just stating the facts of what was in the indictment, okay? And I could tell. You didn't read the indictment or watch the trial prep, did you? So, anyway, the point is not to blame any of the parents. The person to blame, just as a reminder, as a follow-up of what I'm saying, is Tanner Horner, who's pleaded guilty. And he admitted to abducting 7-year-old Athena. He admitted to trying to break her neck. He admitted to strangling her and then throwing her in a ditch or in the water. It's horrendous. Focus on that, okay? If you want to snark, remember to focus on who's really responsible here, right? Okay, here we go.
Okay. Can we publish that, please?
Yes, sir. While the computer is doing its thing, let me ask you a little bit. What's the primary road that you are on to get to County Road 3573?
2123.
Okay, is this another county road or country road that's out there?
I mean, yeah, it's the main road that goes through Paradise.
Okay. All right. Have a little ambiance.
It's easier to see.
That's good. So on this map here, where is the 20?
I just want to tell the YouTube's AI bots that monitor all the feeds, this is public record, okay? No one's being doxxed, this is a public trial, and this is evidence being shown by the state right now about the property where Athena was abducted from. Okay, here we go.
123 on this map here that we're looking at on the board.
I mean, it's at the bottom.
Okay, so that road there that runs left and right across the bottom, that's 2123?
Yes.
And then where is County Road 3573 that you were talking about?
Right up there where it says Almond Road, but it also says 3573 if you go a little further.
And is that the road that you lived on?
Yes.
And so as we go down that road, where is your property location on that road?
That first driveway that you can visibly see on the right-hand side.
On the right. So right there where Mr. Barry's put the arrow. Is that right?
I'm sorry?
Right?
Yep, right there.
Okay. Thank you, Pat. All right, so let's talk just a little bit about your address. You said it's closest, I guess, a real town would be Paradise?
Yes. I mean, it's
Despite the fact that it only has one stoplight, that's the
Yes.
closest town, okay? And you've got your house on here where you were living at the time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And let's talk about the driveway. Is it a straight through turnaround? What are we talking about here?
I mean, you gotta go all the way down and turn around, but you could just, you can see the circle where you go straight down, turn right around and head right out.
All right. And do you know how many hundred feet it is from the road to your turnaround there?
Oh, Lord, no.
All right. You don't have a concept on distance?
No.
Okay.
Showing the way she's like, oh Lord, no. Oh man, okay, so they're just showing some map time, some aerial views now of the property. I'm sure they'll build from there. Elena, thank you so much for your sticker. And wait, I'll pause to, where's that comment? There we go, Janet. That's good advice. You can block someone in chat by clicking the 3 buttons on their right. If you didn't know, now you know. If somebody is really bugging the crap out of you, you can block them yourself, right? So you don't have to see what they're saying. Okay.
So now this particular picture here, has the property changed a little bit since you were living out there?
Yes.
Okay. And is the road arrangement about the same as what it was before?
Yes.
Okay. And what's different?
Well, there used to be a trailer right across where you can see the carport. At the very end of the driveway, there used to be a trailer right there, right in front of that black roof right there.
All right. We'll talk to you about that in a second. Now, on this particular property in 2022, was it just you living on the property? Who else lived there?
It was me and my daughter and Athena, and then my, at the time, about year and a half old, and Jacob.
I'm going to get all these people right. So you and
Yes.
Jacob.
Me and Jacob.
Were you married to Jacob at that time?
Yes.
Okay. You said you have a daughter.
Yes.
What's her name?
Alice.
And Athena.
Yes.
And you said you had a youngster.
Yes, your son.
How old was your son at the time?
She was about a year and a half.
All right. Busy mom.
Yes.
Now, let me ask you, on that piece of property, is it just y'all's family? When I say y'all's family, I mean your immediate family, or are there other people you're related to on the same property?
Yes, and then it's us right there, and then my sister-in-law and her husband are right down the hill.
Okay. And so on this piece of property, you have essentially, would you say, 2 families?
Yes.
Your family with you, Jacob, Alice, Athena, little baby Ursa.
Yes.
And then on the same piece of property, you had your brother and sister-in-law and their family.
Yes.
And what about on that road? Are you familiar with your, and let me strike that, Your Honor. On this particular road, can you describe 3573 for the jury?
I mean, it's a fairly decent-sized cul-de-sac. We all have our little group messenger on there, so we all know each other fairly decently.
When you say cul-de-sac, we also call that a dead-end road.
Yes.
And so It looks here like you live about halfway down that road, is that right?
Give or take, yes.
Okay. I think we've already established, we're not going to ask you about distances, okay?
Yes, thank you.
So, but are you fairly familiar with who your neighbors are and where they live?
Yes,
And let me ask you, do you know the Huffman family?
I do, yes.
And who are they?
Their kids are actually friends with my daughter.
Okay. And where do they live in relation to where you are on here?
At the very end of the
Objection,
cul-de-sac.
relevance?
Sustained.
So, this particular road, being that it's a dead-end road, does it have a lot of traffic on it?
No,
And we talked about your kids. Alice, is she older or younger than Athena?
she's older.
How old at the time, back in 22, was Alice?
She was 10.
Okay. And Athena, how old was she back in 2022, November of 2022?
She was 7.
And you said a little girl, so it was a year and a half, is that right?
Yes.
Of the kids, I'm assuming that Alice and Athena went to school. Where'd they go to school?
At Paradise?
And how did the two girls normally get to and from school?
The bus.
And let me take you back to November 30th, okay, of 2022.
Yes.
Anything unusual about that day up until the time the two girls go to school?
No, nothing.
They get picked up by the bus normally?
Yes.
Given that it's a 10 and a 7-year-old girl, were you able to get them on the bus at the appropriate time?
Yes.
Okay. Is that hard sometimes?
It's a little rough sometimes. You know how little girls can be.
Okay. And let me ask you, what do you mean by that, about how little girls can be?
You know, they like to pick out their own clothes and do their own hair and, you know.
May not meet mom's approval.
Yeah. Well, you gotta let them choose their own things.
I'll show you a picture that's already been admitted. There we go. Thank you, Mr. King. Do you recognize the girl in Taste Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And who is that?
That's Athena.
And is that what she looked like back in November of 2022?
Yes.
And do you know, have information on when those pictures were taken?
About the weekend before, so 4 days before. November 30th.
Okay. So that particular picture, do you know who took that picture?
Her mom did.
Okay. And where was she when her mom took that picture?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you know where those pictures were taken?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
How did Athena come to live with you guys in Cottondale?
Her mom was sick and she wanted to stay for the summer, so she came and stayed with us and then ended up staying for the school year.
So do you remember what month she first arrived?
In May
Of?
of 22.
Where does Athena's mom live?
She lives in Oklahoma.
So in this particular
Ooh, sorry to pause it there, hold on. No.
picture,
There you go. Okay. So now we know, okay, her stepsister was 10 and there was also a 1.5-year-old on the property, number one. 2, that photo, oh my word, what a beautiful photo, was taken only 4 days before she was murdered. And that Athena, a lot of people from the trial prep video were saying, wait, this doesn't make sense. Why would she be just staying with her dad, but then she's going to school there? So it was an agreed arrangement. Her mom and dad had shared custody of Athena. And so Athena, now we know, was staying there from May of 2022, right? And had started, had been going to school there in Texas where she was staying with her dad. Okay, so that's what we have. Also, while I'm interrupting here, I wanted to show you, because I don't have a lot of like pink to wear. Okay, I just don't. I looked today as well, couldn't find too many things. So I bought this mug in honor of Athena. Look at it, it's even got a little bunny on it. Isn't it so cute? So I'll be using this throughout the trial in honor of Athena as well. Pink for Athena, her favorite color, right? I've got the pink necklace and I've got this pink mug. So there we go. Okay, here we go. Let's continue on.
That we're talking about, is that where Athena was in Oklahoma when her mom took that picture?
Yes,
Now, she's been there with you since May of 2022,
yes.
and when does school start?
In August,
And so did she start school with Alice?
yes.
And what grade would she be in, what grade would Alice be in?
She was in first grade, Alice was in fifth grade, I believe.
Okay.
Or
Now,
fourth grade.
we talked about when Athena moved with y'all from her mom's in Oklahoma. That was in May of 2022.
Yes.
How long have you been in Athena's life?
Oh goodness, since 2017. So she was about a year and a half when I came around.
Okay. Now, we've seen a couple of pictures here in the courtroom, Athena, this one here,
Yes.
the red bow. Do you have a favorite picture of Athena?
Yes.
I'm not going to have you pull it out and show her anything, but can you describe that picture for us?
Yeah. She was very much an outdoorsy kid, and it's her. She's about 5 years old, and her and Alice had been playing outside in the mud all day long, and she comes up to me and she's holding this gross little worm in her hand. She is covered in mud. Like, I mean, head to toe, it's all over her face, and she's so excited to have this little worm. That's my favorite picture of her.
That's the one you go to, that's the one you remember.
Oh no, that's so sweet. Oh, also, Kelly Saylor, thank you so much. I didn't see your sticker there earlier. Sorry about that. Thank you for your support. I wish we could see that picture, right? I have not seen that picture.
Now, I'm going to take you to November 30th, 2022, okay? If you need a glass of water or anything, it's right there, okay? That's a Wednesday. And it's Athena and I must go to school normally that day. I think I already asked you.
Yes.
And do you remember any particular item of clothing that Athena was wearing that day?
She was wearing some jeans with little red flowers on the pockets.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll show you what we've marked as State's Exhibit 6. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are his pants.
Are those the ones that you just told us she was wearing on the day, November 30th, 2022?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with those?
I mean, because they're her pants. They're,
All right, let me ask you, do you recognize the size and the style?
yes.
And do you recognize those as the one that she wore on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And are those, is that the same thing that you described to law enforcement that she was wearing on that day when she went missing?
Yes.
Has to admit, States.
No objections.
State's Exhibit 6 is admitted.
We publish that fact. So on the day that she went missing, November 30th of 2022, we talked a little bit about what she was wearing, and you remembered that she was wearing these pants
Yes.
with the little flowers on the pockets. And that's what she told law enforcement.
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about how we get to that point, okay? What time did the kids get home that day?
Around 4:20 is when the bus usually drops them off.
And was that normal for them to be home at that time?
Yes.
And so on that particular day, what's Alice up to that day?
She had to go down to my sister-in-law's because she needed help with her homework.
All right. And then what's Athena up to that day?
She was at the house hanging out with me and the baby, and doing her laundry and playing with her through the windows.
All right. And I'll ask this from the mom perspective. What's she supposed to be doing there?
She was supposed to be sorting her laundry.
All right. How was that working out?
Not very well.
Okay. And was that kind of to be expected?
Yes.
What are you, mom of a 1.5-year-old, what are you doing
I
at
was
that time?
I was cooking dinner.
What's for dinner?
Trout.
Trout.
Yes, trout.
Just trout and nothing
And
else?
trout and couscous.
So mom and baby are cooking dinner. And during that time, Athena was supposed to be doing the laundry.
Yes.
Anything out of the ordinary up until that point?
No, nothing.
Now, this piece of property that you're on, do you know how many acres it is total, you and the sister-in-law?
Me and the sister-in-law, it's 10.
Okay. And let me just ask you, was it commonplace for the kids to play and be out on the property in the country?
Very much, yes.
And I noticed on the map we had up there before, there looked to be a little pond on that, is that right?
Yes.
And so I'm just trying to get if it was normal for the kids to be outside in the country on the property.
Yes, of course.
So at this particular time, got you cooking dinner. What's Jacob up to?
He had left for a hunting trip.
Okay. Let me back up a little bit. So the kids got home, you said around 4:20.
Yes.
What time does Jacob leave to go on his hunting trip?
Oh, goodness.
Let me
I
ask it this
don't
way.
remember.
Did he leave before or after they got home from school?
After they got home from school.
So Jacob's headed hunting, correct?
Yes, yes.
And you said after he left at some point. Do you remember when he left?
I do not remember what time he left.
And so we're sometime after the kids get home from school at 4:20.
Yes.
What time did you expect to have dinner ready for the kids?
Around 6:30 is, about dinner time every night.
Okay. And so I asked you earlier a little bit about the kids on your property. What kinds of things did Alice and Athena do on your property on that 10 acres?
Oh, goodness. I mean, they would play and run around outside. They had their favorite tree that they would go to. They would run back and forth up and down the hill to their aunt's house to go play with her boys. Just being kids in the country.
Okay. At some point, when did you discover that Athena wasn't where you expected her to be?
It was whenever dinner was done, I was gonna go get her in the car.
So tell us a little bit about between dinner being done and you looking for Athena. What happened in that little short time span?
I went to get her. I saw that she wasn't in her room sorting her clothes. And so I, looked around, couldn't find her. I called Heather to see if she had gone down to her house. She said that she hadn't gone down to her house.
Let me stop you. Let me ask you a couple of short questions here. Is Heather your sister-in-law?
Yes.
Is that the other house that you pointed out to us?
Yes.
So it wouldn't have been unusual for Athena and Alice to go over to the sister-in-law's house?
No, not at all.
Was she at the sister-in-law's house?
Mm.
Excuse me. It's always technology. Back and running again. Was it unusual for her, like you said, they had a favorite tree, is that right?
Yes.
What was it about this tree that they played on?
I don't even know. It is, I guess the best tree there, and it was right in front of where the trailer was, and They had all their toys around it all the time, and
Okay. That's just where they chose to play.
yes,
And so you check with your sister-in-law,
yes,
and Athena wasn't there.
yes,
And you check the tree where they might be, she wasn't there.
yes,
I mean, I'm just gonna, did you basically just check your entire property?
Yes.
See if she was there?
yes,
Was she there?
no.
So once you kind of figure that out, what is your next steps when she's not where you think she is?
And I called the police.
And do you remember what agency came out?
I mean,
Remember, let me ask you, we have multiple agencies in Mice County. We have the sheriff's office, we have police departments, game wardens, people, highway patrol, okay? Do you remember which of those agents came out and agencies came out and talked to you?
The police department, I believe.
Okay. And at this time, when they get there on property, what are you and the family doing at that time?
Looking.
When you say looking, are you just like looking places or whatever?
No, we are everywhere, all over the property looking for her.
Okay. And at this point in time, right then, when you're just looking for, and the police arrive, what are you kind of thinking is going on right at that time?
I thought maybe she was just hiding somewhere,
Okay. Just being
playing hide and seek. Mm-hmm.
Okay. We heard from Ms. Thompson how she was a little,
Objection, Your Honor, to informing the witness what another witness may have said.
Suspended.
what kind of kid was Athena on your property out there in Cottondale?
She was wild. She loved living out there. Loved just, the freedom of, being a kid. Getting to just run wild and free on some land.
I think in some points in
Hello to Roll from Catch Lisk. You said dropping in to say how much I appreciate Grizzly True Crime. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for being here. There's a lot of people here. I didn't expect you all to be here watching this trial with me. I really, really appreciate it as we see justice for Athena Strand, right? Will it be the death penalty? Will it be life without parole? I wonder. And when will they deliberate? A week from now? 2 weeks? 3 weeks? I don't know. We shall wait and see. This property sounds quite amazing though, right? Like, when I was a kid, I wasn't any child, but I loved the backyard so much. Oh my word, just like the backyard in South Africa, right? Pretoria, South Africa, running around. And I used to race. We had like French poodles from the steps, race them to the end of the yard and come back and race and jump at the pool and all of that, and also climb trees. So I don't know, it just sounds like Athena had a great time there. She was just playing in the yard. It was her yard. She was on her dad's property. No one would expect Mr. freaking contract worker for FedEx to come there to deliver Christmas gifts and then abduct Athena. Like while she's playing outside. Oh my goodness, it is so frightening. And as someone said earlier, the stats are not, like stranger danger is actually the lowest statistic of what could happen. Normally, someone that's the danger, someone in your family or whatever. But this was literally stranger danger. Like Tanner Horner, from everything that they reported before the trial, didn't know the family, was there delivering a package and abducted Athena. I mean, it's just horrifying. So, I don't know. I don't know. It just feels like if I were her, I'd also be playing outside. It sounds fantastic. Favorite tree, toys under the tree, everything in the backyard that they loved, and just playing a little bit before dinner, right? Dusty Dawn said, this is in my service area. It's pretty. I remember when the search went out. Okay, thank you so much for your support.
I call that being a little feral.
Feral, yes. I've used that word.
Right, okay. So we're at the point to where everybody's out there, we're looking for her, we're not finding her. Are you thinking that it's, she's gonna find her someplace? Right?
Yes.
All right. When did it start to sink in that she was actually missing and not just playing hide and seek?
When nobody could find her. But the biggest one was when we were all huddled in a circle and the helicopters were flying over us and nobody could find her.
So at some point, It wasn't just the one person from the police that came out, right? And so on that particular day, on November 30th, what we're talking about here, how many, I mean, you said we had helicopters in the air. How many other police do you think showed up just on that day looking for?
I can't even tell you, there were so many, or probably 50 or more people there.
Okay. And let me just ask you, how many days did this search go on?
3.
Okay. Now, let me just ask you, during your initial search, you said what you were out there looking for. Did you notice anything unusual or out of place on your property?
Yes,
And what was that?
the box.
Okay. And we'll talk, let me just ask you, when we say the box, let me ask you, what do you mean when you say the box?
It's a Walmart box.
Okay. And can you describe it?
Sorry about that, but there's Walmart. You guys always ask, is there a Walmart in this case? Yes. Yes, there is. There's a Walmart box that was delivered. And in it were Barbies intended for Athena. It was going to be a Christmas gift. And she loved Barbies and she loved Christmas, so shame. She never ever got to see those. Okay, I mean, oh my word, just to think of that, just side snark. It's not sidebar here for me, it's side snark, okay? So he literally made the delivery. This jackass actually delivered the box and then grabbed Athena and went. Like the audacity of all of this. Wow, okay.
It's a cardboard box with blue on it.
And do you know why that box would have been out on your property that day?
Because I had bought her Barbies for Christmas. And they were supposed to get delivered.
Okay. So you're talking about this particular box. Let me. Actually, I'm going to show you States Exhibits 8, 9, and 10. Let me ask you about these out here.
They might show it to us, but here is a picture of it that was reported on the news as this was the box of Barbies that Athena was going to get. Barbie, you can be anything. Shame. And this is what her stepmother bought for her for Christmas. That's what was delivered that day. And Athena never got to see that. Jersey Joe said justice for Athena, right? Okay, so shame. This was literally, when her mother had a press conference, she actually had the box there and said this was the box. And she said, this is the first time I'm seeing it. So I don't know if you saw that clip or that press conference. We had watched it together before. It's on the playlist.
I'm going to show you States Exhibits 8 and 9. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
That's the box that got delivered that day.
Okay. And whose address is on that box?
Our address.
Is that the 268 address?
Yes.
Okay. And who's the person's name that's on that box?
That's my name.
Okay. And do you know who delivered that box according to it?
FedEx delivered it.
Okay. And so this box, as you see it in these two pictures, is that what it looked like on the day that you saw it at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And is that what it looked like when you spotted it when you were out searching?
Yes.
Let me show you States Exhibit 10. Do you recognize this picture and this what's in it?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what's in this picture in States 10?
That's the front of where the trailer was.
Okay. And we talked about this trailer. Was this someplace that y'all were inhabiting, or what was the status of it?
No, we were not living in it.
All right, so this was an abandoned?
Yes, abandoned trailer.
Okay. That was just on the property?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a little bit, we talked about some of the roads. Do you recognize the road and driveway in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Put these back here. Judge, we'd ask to admit States 8, 9, and 10.
No objection.
States Exhibits 8, 9, and 10 are admitted.
You give me 8.
I'm sorry, yes, say that again.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Good. See what the numbers are on, asking about those.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So this exhibit we're showing you here, is this what you were talking about before? It has your address on it
Yes,
and your name on it?
yes,
And this is the blue box that you were talking about?
yes,
The one that FedEx delivered?
yes,
And were you somehow tracking whether or not this was delivered or not?
yes,
Okay. It arrived at your house.
yes.
Let me show you the. Yeah, I'm going to show you states 10. When we see this over here on the right, is that the same box that we're talking about?
Yes,
Okay. And I see what appears to be a little porch or something on that. Is that right?
yes,
And is this part of that abandoned dwelling that was on that property?
yes,
Okay. Now, I see a lot of police cars parked there. Is that kind of what it looked like when they were looking for her?
yes,
Now, we mentioned before that we have the circle drive on
Yes.
that map. Is that right?
yes.
And so is this part of that driveway? Where
The main driveway was right here, where you see the archway right there.
Right.
I just circled right past that, that's a little bit,
But
but it's all connected.
Is this your driveway?
Yes, this is our driveway.
And that's where you found that box?
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit about that box. What did you say that you ordered in that box?
Barbies.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 7. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are all you can be Barbies.
All right. And do you recognize that that is what you ordered?
Yes.
And who were those for?
Those were for Athena.
And do you believe this to be the same Barbies that were inside that box?
Yes.
Okay. They were delivered on that day, November 30th.
Yes.
Judge, we'd estimate State 7.
No objections.
State's Exhibit 7 is admitted.
Actually, let me ask you, why'd you order those Barbies?
These specific Barbies, I mean, because it came with so many of them, she could get, 6 Barbies all at once.
Okay. And what was the name on those Barbies?
They were career Barbies.
Shame. And I just showed you that other picture. Wait, I'm going to show you it again. You can be anything, Barbies. That's what they were. That is so sad. I can only imagine how excited Athena would have been if she was able to receive a Christmas gift and play with it and live her life. She was only 7 years old, right? Wow. Okay. So.
Who were those for?
They were for Athena,
For just a present or for some other occasion?
for a Christmas present.
For Christmas. Okay. And that's what was delivered to you on that day?
Yes.
Now, some folks have a regular driver that they may recognize that delivers UPS, FedEx, Amazon, okay? Do you recognize Tanner Horner as your driver?
No.
Did you ever seen him before
No.
that day?
No.
Ever?
No.
I wonder if he had ever been there that day, but here it sounds like he was never there, okay? D. Phillips said, my brother and his family live in Paradise, Texas. That's where Athena was abducted from, right? And you said his kids were almost out of school by the time this happened, but they knew the family. Shame. I'm so sorry to hear that. Thank you so much for being with us. And I didn't say this yet today. Welcome to all the locals in chat. This trial is happening in Fort Worth, Texas. So if you're from Texas, let me know in chat, and thank you for being here with us and watching this trial with us.
Now, Athena went missing on a Wednesday. What day was it of the week when they found her?
It was Friday.
And at some point, I'm assuming you were informed that she was deceased. Is that right?
Yes.
Who informed you?
I believe it was the sheriff. It's a blur.
This case affected the sheriff so much that he chose to retire after this case. And so again, what's the trial prep? Because I showed that clip right at the beginning where he's just like, this case is it for me. I showed it in the beginning, some clips of him, and also throughout that video. He just said, I've seen too much, and it really affected him. So when they talk about Friday, again, Athena was abducted and murdered on November 30th of 2022, which was a Wednesday. And on the Friday, the 2nd of December of 2022, her body was found. And we watched the press conference on that day as well, which was just absolutely heartbreaking.
Do you remember where you were?
At the Cottondale Church.
And who were you with when you found out she was deceased?
I was with Jacob and Maitland.
So Jacob, your husband,
Yes.
and I didn't ask you, is that Athena's mom?
Yes.
Okay, Maitland?
Yes.
And y'all were there in the church together?
Yes.
Let me ask you a little bit about Athena on that particular day. You had seen her for an hour or so before she went missing, right?
Yes.
Okay. At any point in time, did she have any injuries on her whatsoever?
No.
Okay. Did she have any bruises on her face?
No.
Did she have any bruises you were aware of on her body?
No.
Did she have any unusual markings, scratches, or anything else on her body?
No.
So the last time you saw her, would that be what she looked like in the picture we showed you earlier?
Yes.
So just based on those questions, I'm guessing we're going to hear that she had a lot of injuries. Now remember, the Tanner Horner claims that he backed his FedEx truck into Athena. She was injured, he panicked, he thought he's either going to lose his job or her dad is going to, I don't know, do what to him. So he decided that he's going to just abduct her. Yeah, no, as the state said in their opening statements, there is no evidence to support that. He even lied to the police and said that she was already dead when he put her in the van. And they have video evidence because the FedEx vans record inside. Yes, and so they had 1-minute clips continuously, and they could see a girl, they say it in the indictment, that looks just like Athena. So it would be Athena, you know, in the van. Until he covered the camera up and left the audio running, though. The audio was still going. So they said we're going to hear that evidence, which sounds absolutely horrifying. And Athena fought for her life. Tanner Horner's DNA was under her fingernails and in other places where they said it shouldn't be. And her body was found 15 miles away from home, just southeast of Boyd, and it was in water. So initially it was reported like in a ditch, but it's like it looks almost like a stream or like a bayou. And today they told us in opening statements that she was found naked. So today we saw the pants she was last seen wearing. They showed that exhibit, right? Sarah said, Texas strong for the Strand's family and friends. I hope this jury does us proud. Death. Thank you for being a member for 2 months, and thank you for being here as a local as well. Also, wait, I missed a message earlier. Jay Ryan said, I like to watch trials no matter how difficult to support the victims. I feel like their story should be told and heard, but this one's tough. This one is very tough. If it ever gets too much for you, we'll save your seat. But thank you so much for being here. Just know, yeah, it absolutely comes with a trigger warning. Maybe more than usual because it involves the murder of a 7-year-old. And it's going to be terrible evidence to hear in this punishment phase, by the way.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 12. You recognize the child in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And who is that child in that picture?
That's Athena.
Okay. Does she look the same as she did when you last saw her on November 30th?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 11. Do you recognize, let me ask you first, do you recognize the background and the location where that's taken?
Yes.
And
Where is that?
That's on the property 268.
Okay. Is that where we also see Exhibit 10, the
Yeah.
driveway?
Yes,
Would that be where the police cars were parked?
yes,
Okay. And do you recognize that as being your driveway?
yes,
Okay. And do you recognize the person that's in that picture?
yes,
Okay. Now, will you agree with me that picture is a little fuzzy?
yes.
Okay. Who's the person in that picture?
That's Athena.
Now, how do you know that that's Athena?
Because I know my child. It's her, that's her hair, and it's just, little stick girl right there with her long legs.
All right. Did you ask submit states 11 and 12?
Thank you so much to the mods for everything you do. We have a very small but dedicated team. We only have 6 mods, right? And they've been with me for a long time now. So just know I really, really appreciate what you do. Thank you also for helping me spoil them by buying them coffees. That helps me to do that, to extra spoil them. I really appreciate it. If anyone wants to help temp mod, meaning you get a wrench temporarily to help during the trial days, you can email me, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. Jackie, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Okay, here we go.
No objections.
States Exhibits 11 and 12 are admitted.
Can I see 11? Yes, please. This is on your property?
Yes,
Okay. Notice, what does that appear to be on the other side of Athena in this picture?
the driveway and a water hose.
And when we talk about this, we saw a picture of where that box was.
Yes,
Is that box close or far away from where this picture's taken?
it's pretty close.
Okay, all right. And so that's Athena in that picture?
Yes,
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 12? Yes. 12.
Oh man, I was really dreading this moment because it's so horrifying. This is so scary. That's Tanner Horner in the FedEx van with Athena in the van. The date on top is the 30th of November, 2022. It says 23:42. They're probably going to ask about the time. Time's a little off, right? Okay, so sorry, just had to process that for a second. Let's carry on.
This is what you testified before. That's Athena in that picture.
yes.
Do you recognize what pants she's wearing?
She's wearing the pants that I described.
Now hold up that other picture. Let me ask you a question about it. Do you have the other picture?
This
of the
one?
pants? No, the pants.
The pants. Yes.
There we go. State's Exhibit number 6. Do those look like the same pants or similar pants to what she's wearing?
Yes,
And is this what she looked like the last time you saw her?
yes.
Now, let me just ask you, would she have had any reason to be inside of what appears to be a van or truck at that time?
No,
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Would she have had any reason to be in a truck with that individual that's depicted in that picture?
no,
Okay. Did you give her permission to be in that truck?
no,
Did you give her permission to be taking a ride with that individual in that picture?
no.
Somebody makes a good point, saying, sorry, the chat flies, I miss the comments sometimes. The ones I want to pull up, Telly, work mom said camera inside the truck, yes, because it's a FedEx truck and there's cameras inside the truck. So for those of you wondering. And somebody just said, oh, so definitely not injured. Yeah, because his story is, oh no, I backed my truck into her and she was injured. So he put her in the truck and she was able to talk. But then he also told police that he hit her with a truck and she was dead already. So yeah, there's already the first exhibit to debunk that entirely. So his story is out the window. Okay.
So we find her, you get told on that Friday that she's deceased.
Yes,
What's your reaction when you find out that Athena's no longer with us?
I lost it. I just don't know how you're gonna react to something like that.
Since that time? How has this affected you since that time?
I mean, a lot. It's affected me, it's affected my marriage, it affected my children.
Let's talk about that. You still married to Jacob?
No.
You think the thing of being kidnapped and murdered played a role in that?
Yes.
You said it affected your children. Let's talk about Alice.
Okay.
How did Athena going missing affect Alice?
I mean, she lost her sister in the most horrific way. Even if a delivery driver just drives down the driveway, and she's outside, she runs and hides. It's affected her school. It's affected her friends. It's affected just her in general. She has nightmares.
About her sister?
Yes.
How old's Alice now?
She's 14.
It's still affecting her?
Yes.
When was Athena's funeral?
December 6th.
Okay, you want us to snark? Freaking monster sitting here. He's like, oh no. Please, spare us, okay? Please. Look at him. That's the defendant. He's 34 years old now. That was one of the most horrifying pictures that I've seen lately. I don't know, we still cover a lot of cases, but you know what I mean, lately. Why? Because it's so eerie. Because he abducted Athena from her home after dropping off, he probably didn't know it was going to be Christmas gifts. He was just dropping off a Walmart box, but you know. Now you want to what? Put on a performance there for the jury? What's going on there? It's not going to save your ass, dude. He pleaded guilty. If you didn't read the pinned comment, yeah, he pleaded guilty. So, will he face the death penalty or not? That's really the question. LWAP or DP? Which one is it?
It's that whole
Oh, no.
time frame is... I've tried to just not think about anything like that.
You can think about it?
I try not to.
Let's talk about you. How's this affected you as a person?
I'm not the same. I don't trust anybody. You can't. You're just not okay after something like that. Even my 5-year-old says stuff.
Still scared?
Yes.
That's what you're
Yes, Sean, I know you've heard from her.
Yes.
I think they... Oh, didn't go to lunch first. Okay. Okay. Cross-examination. They better be nice.
Okay.
To all the people being mean to the stepmother, how do you feel about him? That's my question, because that's probably going to tell me everything I need to know. You know what I mean? Oh, you're feeling sus. Bad vibes for the stepmom. How about him? Do tell. Because I think that should all be directed here. All here. Oh my word. Whatever he's doing here, I don't know. I don't even have words. What do you guys think about this? His behavior now in the courtroom. Camera person was like, ooh, let's see that. Yeah, let's see it. I was curious. How's he reacting to all this? Like this. Oh, okay, here we go.
I was going to say, I have some exhibits that we had a printing snafu.
Ma'am, there's a hot mic.
I have the black and whites.
Oh dear.
If admitted, what we would like to do is get them printed
Am I
on
supposed to be
regular
meeting
in color. I'd like to display them in color. But I didn't know if you wanted to see them beforehand. I've already shown them to the state.
State objects.
Wait, so you're gonna admit them in black and white, and then you want to display them in color?
Yes.
Because they appear on the computer in color.
Correct. And then we would like to swap out the black and white for the color. 'Cause
Okay, so we can hear the sidebar right now. I hope that's not an issue. Corey Lynn said after the jury hears the audio video, there's no way they won't choose death penalty. Can you imagine? Thank you for being a member for 35 months. Okay.
getting them reprinted.
Okay, so what we can do is we can have the, what are they marked as?
They're not marked as, they'll be defense 1 through 5.
Okay, so what we can do.
Look at this guy. Damn, look at this guy. You could just look at looking at the defendant. Get him. We'll allow it. Oh, sorry. Just get him. Just go for it, sir. Unleash that fury, right? Anyway, Janet Murphy says all 12 jurors must agree to the death penalty. Yes, they would have to deliberate, and it must be unanimous. Okay, so here we go. Pull your buddies over. Get him. That's kind of loud, hey? There's our courtroom coffer.
Your Honor, first witness.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Strand, I want to hand you what has been marked as defense exhibits number 1 through 5. If you take a look at those, please.
Yes.
And do you recognize defense exhibits number 1 through 5?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to be?
The property?
And this is the property that you were living on at the time of Athena's disappearance?
Yes.
Okay. Defense offers defense exhibits 1 through 5?
Have you shown them to the
Yes.
state?
I will show them again.
That objection's not relevant, Your Honor.
Okay. The objection is overruled and defense exhibits 1 through 5 are admitted.
And Your Honor, for the purposes of the record, we had a printing issue, so the defense exhibits number 1 through 5 that I've shown Ms. Strand and that she has identified are in black and white. However, we do have the originals in color that we would like to publish to the jury.
That's fine. When you get ready to substitute, we can make sure the record is clear as to the new exhibits.
And I get switched over to okay. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm having technical difficulties.
Take your time.
Bev26 says, defense says she didn't disappear. She got took. Get it right, lady? Is that like the southern way of saying it? She got took, yeah. She was abducted, right? She didn't just disappear. Ken Hubble said, anyone talking bad on this poor woman needs help. I can't imagine the survivor's guilt she has to live with. Love you, G. Thank you, Ken Hubble, and thanks for being a member for 13 months. Okay, here we go.
Is it unextended?
Mr. Goble, I think the power cord may have come loose just to be on the safe side.
Have you considered unplugging it? Have you tried unplugging it and reconnecting it? Turning it off and turning it back on. Sure, there's some technical difficulties. Okay, this is cross-examination that we are now waiting for here.
Ms. Strand, what do you recognize Defense Exhibit 1 to be?
That's the abandoned trailer.
In this photo, on the right-hand side, about halfway down, is that where the box was left?
Yes.
And on Defense Exhibit number 2, what is this?
That is also the abandoned trailer.
And this is, were people living in the trailer at the time?
No.
Where were they living?
There's a house in the back that we were living in.
And is that the house that y'all were renovating?
Yes.
Defense Exhibit number 3, what is that?
The dog pen in the pool,
Okay. And this is still on the property?
still the same property.
Defense Exhibit number 4, what do you recognize this to be?
Still the property, it's the outdoor shower.
Was there running water in the house?
Yes.
Were there, why an outdoor shower?
Well, we were in transition, trying to get it just finished and ready, and that's, yeah.
And lastly, Defense Exhibit number 5, what do you recognize this to be?
That's the girls' room.
Can you see the girls' room from the main house?
Yes.
And can you see the girls' room from the kitchen where you were preparing dinner?
If you peek through the window, yes.
From the kitchen where you were preparing dinner, would you have been able to see the delivery truck drive up?
No.
On that date, or let me back up, these photos are an accurate representation of your property on that day?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
None further, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step in.
I think she did great on the stand. Right? She held it together as well. And now we saw a little bit more of the property and where Athena had a temporary room.
You consider it a break?
Okay. Give us about 10 minutes and we'll call you right back in. Your lunch should be here about 12:30, so we're going to work up until that point, okay? 10 minutes, everybody, 5 till 12.
Thank you.
So, state may proceed. Or, you have, okay, let me, what are we doing?
Your Honor, the state had shown us some exhibits yesterday that they anticipate Sheriff Akin will be testifying about.
Okay.
And rather than taking him on voir dire in front of the jury, since the jury was out, we can go ahead and basically do our voir dire on those photos now.
Okay, so the defense is satisfied as to what exhibits the state wants to introduce through this witness. You just want to ask him some questions.
Correct.
Okay, all right, Ms. Anderson, now I know what you're going. Okay, go ahead.
I will need the exhibits from the state.
Here's all of them. I think they're only addressing the first set.
That's the sheriff. Oh, shame. He retired after this case. He said this case affected him so much.
Nope, I'm sorry. Oh, but y'all might need to change it for me. I don't need it for this purpose, but the state may need it for their direction. Okay, but we need to take this one down. And first, the witness.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
And we don't need the lights off, it's just, perfect. Sheriff Akin, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Sheriff Akin, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibits number 13 through 21, and ask that you take a look at those for a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Did you take any of these photos?
I did not.
Do you know who did take them?
I think some of those may have come from a video.
Did you take that video?
No, I did not.
Do you know who did take that video?
I do.
And who took that video?
The defendant.
The defendant took the video?
That's what I'm thinking. It was in the vehicle that he was driving.
So this came from the camera that was on the truck?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not saying that Tanner Horner took the video
Well,
himself?
he was driving the vehicle that had the camera.
Did you prepare these documents?
I did not.
Did you take the still shots?
I did not.
Other than looking at these photos, do you have any knowledge about their origins, creation, anything like that?
Well, all the images, I remember those days and those times and the things that are going on there. So that's the way it was that day.
Were you in the truck?
I was not in the truck.
So these are not based upon your perceptions, are they? They're based upon what was filmed by someone else?
Well, that's my perception as well because I was there. And so I do see exactly what was going on that day. So I recognize the accuracy of those images.
Okay, so who is that in State's?
Oh my goodness, I can't tell who that is. I think I know. That may be one of my deputies.
Maybe one of them?
Maybe, but it's really kind of foggy or fuzzy there. I can't tell, but that's our marked unit there. And we had these toilets there as well.
What time of day was this taken?
I don't know for sure. I think probably it's maybe morning time. And I would think probably it's on the day of December 1st, I would think.
On State's Exhibit number 20, what time of day was that taken?
Well, it's probably about the same time. Same time looking at the clouds and the light, probably about the same time.
State's Exhibit number 18?
Yes,
Can you
ma'am.
identify anybody in that?
I recognize the vehicles. And we had so many people there helping. So I recognize those vehicles and how difficult it was to get up and down that road because of all the people who were coming there to help.
And what time of day was that taken?
I think that's probably about the same time. Again, looking at the clouds and the light.
State's Exhibit number 19? Do you recognize anybody in that? And can you identify the people?
Well, there is an entrance there to Athena's house, and those are some volunteers who had come to help, and I really can't tell at that distance exactly who they are, but there are people who came to help.
And you didn't take this picture either?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
And what time of day would this occur?
This is going to be about the same time as that one.
But you don't know for sure, do you? You're just guessing?
No, I'm not really guessing. I think that's based on some knowledge there, that's probably about the same time.
And you
It's
said,
coming from a moving truck.
so you said probably at the same time, but before you said you didn't know what time that was.
Well, I don't, but I know it's about the same time of day.
Okay. Whose car is that in State's Exhibit number
Well,
16?
that's one of my deputies' cars.
Do you know which deputy?
No,
One at a time, everybody. One at a time.
I don't.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number 16, whose vehicles are those?
Those are the vehicles of the people who came to help us.
And what time of day was this one taken?
Again, it's about the same time.
And
Again, I would say mid-morning probably, on the 1st
Okay.
of December.
State's Exhibit number 15,
Yes,
which
ma'am.
property is that?
Obviously, it's a T.R. Murphy ranch, and I know that's out on 2123. It's not too far from the entrance that goes on 3573, where the Athena's house was. So this is on the farm to market road.
Do you know who owns that property?
I do not know.
State's Exhibit number 14. Again, you didn't take that photo?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
And you didn't prepare that photo?
No, ma'am.
That photo was taken from a vehicle and the video on the vehicle, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you did not have access to that video, did you?
No, I've just seen the video.
And you weren't on the truck when the video was taken?
No.
Okay. Whose vehicles are those?
Well, again, that's that same deputy's vehicle that's parked there that you showed me just a minute ago, and these are probably some of the same people who came to help us that day.
And lastly, State's Exhibit number 13. Whose vehicles are those?
Those are more good citizens of Wise County who came to help us find Athena.
And again, you didn't take this photo either?
No, ma'am.
It didn't prepare the document or the exhibit?
No, ma'am.
Who prepared State's Exhibits number 13 through 21 for you?
I don't know.
So you don't know whose hands they went through?
No, I just remember that's accurate. That's the way it was that day.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any questions? Sheriff, do you recognize each and every one of those about the scene in each and every one of those?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize it as the scene as it occurred on December 1st during the search for Athena?
Yes, sir.
And whether or not you took the picture, do you recognize the road going in?
I do.
Do you recognize the location of Athena's home and entrance on that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you recognize the entrance to 3573?
Yes, sir.
And how did you come to be have that knowledge?
Because I've seen the video from the truck.
And during that time, were you out there at any of that time?
Yes, I was, for most of the time.
And are these an accurate depiction of the scene as it occurred on December 1st, 2022, when you were out there?
Yes, sir.
So regardless of whoever took these, you can testify that that was the scene at that time on that day?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
I'm sorry for not putting that on the screen. I put it on the chat, in the chat as well at the time. Sorry about that. The jury's not present. They're still on a break. This is the voir dire to decide what's admissible once the jury's back in the room. What evidence, what photos, right? So Stefan said the defense questions the witness in absence of the jurors. It's about the admissibility of these photos. So that's what is happening now. And then when the jury comes back, then we'll see direct examination and cross-examination, right? Leanne said that the DP should be automatically given in these, in a case like this, right? It's going to be up to the jury, right? But I hear you. Thank you so much, Leanne, for your sticker. I wonder what the jury will decide, after hearing all this horrific evidence. This is day one of the punishment phase. If you don't know that yet, please read the pinned comment. I've got a pinned comment there for you.
Ms. Anderson.
I have nothing further, Your Honor, but I do have argument.
Ready to hear.
Your Honor, yes, see the photos. we had a lot of probablys. It probably was at this time, it probably was on this date. Mr. or Sheriff Akin is not testifying from what he knows, but what he was given by someone else. He said that he was out at the scene, but he couldn't identify the cars, couldn't identify the people. He did prepare these. So the only thing that he can testify to is that this is what he saw on a video. He can't testify that that he was on the scene when this occurred. He cannot testify he was on the scene when any of these occurred. And so whether or not this, we would concede that this represents what happened when these photos were taken, but Sheriff Akin cannot testify that these are accurate when he was out at the scene, because he wasn't there when these were taken.
Those objections are overruled. You have a running objection throughout this testimony.
Judge, those objections are overruled. He's a no-nonsense kind of judge. We like that, right? He's reminding me a little bit of Judge Don Ash, who said, be a lighthouse, not a tank, right? Do you remember that from Tennessee? Mm-hmm.
In regard to states, if they offer states exhibits 13 through 21 in the presence of the jury. Both sides ready for the jury?
Ready for the jury, Your Honor.
Y'all ready, defense?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right, everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Stegman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, would you state your name for the jury, please?
Lane Akin.
And when were you the sheriff of Wise County?
I was sheriff in Wise County from 2016 through December 31st, 2024 at 4:30 p.m.
Sheriff, could you check, see if that microphone's turned on for me? Please, here, let's see. Hold it out. Everybody's having problems. I went to school with A&M.
Then you should be good with the engineering aspect.
I was not an engineer.
The defense's tone sounded so snarky there. And the retired sheriff is wearing, look at a pink tie for Athena. Everybody's wearing pink for Athena. Me too.
You're gonna have to speak up.
Yes, sir.
Sheriff, you have your marching orders now. Lane, were you sheriff back in November of 2022?
Yes, sir, I was.
So you refer to these questions, I'm going to refer to you as sheriff. You okay with that?
Yes, sir.
So during this time before you were the sheriff of Wise County in 2016, were you also in law enforcement at some point in your career?
Yes, my career in law enforcement started in 1974.
And so from 1974 till you retired in the end of 2024,
Yes, sir.
You maintained a peace officer license in Texas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to fast forward you here a little bit. And at some point, were you promoted and made a Texas Ranger?
Yes, sir. That
When was
that was in 1987 at November 13th, 1987.
Notice you remember that day.
Yes, it was cold.
Right. And at that point, how long did you serve the state of Texas as a Texas Ranger?
It was 16 years as a Texas Ranger, 16 and a half.
And did you retire at some point from being a Ranger?
In 2003.
Now, during your career, and just so we know a little bit about your experiences, did you have any big cases that you handled being a Ranger?
Yes, sir, there were several.
Okay. And if I remember correctly, were you not at the Branch Davidian compound in Waco,
Objection, Your
Texas?
Honor, relevance.
Sustain. Hang on just a minute, we got the microphone working.
Excuse me, sir.
Shaman, his face looked so grateful. Like, thank you very much. Yes, okay, and the mic is working. I mean, we could hear him just fine, right? Okay. Shelly Bean said, as a FedEx retiree, I just want to say Tanner was not hired by FedEx. He was a FedEx ground contractor. He worked for a different company that FedEx trusted to screen their drivers. He was, yes, contracted by, well, I always mess this up, Big Top Spin, right? That's what it was. But, I mean, he was driving a FedEx van. He was working for FedEx that day, even though he was contracted. So, yeah, unfortunately, the FedEx is involved in the wrongful death lawsuits that Athena's parents have filed because he was driving the van as a FedEx driver that day.
Well, good.
Yes.
And during your time as a Ranger, did you ever have a chance to have any training experience in missing persons?
Yes, sir, we did.
And so when you started being sheriff in 2016, did you go directly from being a Ranger to being a sheriff? I noticed there's a little gap in the middle. What were you doing in that gap?
Well, there was a part of my career that I was an enforcement captain for the sheriff's office, but I also worked for AT&T for 10 years on and off. But during that time, I was also a reserve for the Rangers as well as for the sheriff's office.
All right. So you got back to being a sheriff back in 2016?
Yes, sir.
All right, and let's just talk just a little small amount about missing persons. In your time as the sheriff in Wise County, did you ever have a chance to be a part of any investigations where a child had gone missing?
Yes, sir. We've done that several times, and even so when I was a highway patrolman and as a Texas Ranger.
And based on your training experience, what's the most likely scenario when a child has gone missing for a short amount of time?
That child's going to be at home, close to home, under the house, under a bed, just any number of things. It's always, most always, it was some good news that we could find that child.
All right. And did that happen from time to time in Wise County as well?
Yes.
And then if the child is not found soon, in a short amount of time, what's the most likely result of that?
Well, anytime we have a situation where a child is missing, we spend a lot of time right there with the family looking, and we've got a lot of folks who come and help, especially with now that we have the internet that can bring people together to look for these folks. So usually we spend a lot of time with the parents and the family, but as time goes on, you realize, because it starts out, you're doing the search is right here, everybody's focused on searching. But then as time goes on, we're not finding that child, especially if it's cold outside, any other difficulties there are. So the investigation starts right here, down here. And as time goes on, that investigation increases, because you know that we've got a problem, because this child is lost or is missing. And it is the worst thing that you would think might happen, but that someone has taken that child.
So I'm going to take you back to November of 2022. When did you first hear the name Athena Strand?
That was probably about 7 o'clock on the night of November 30th.
All right. And as sheriff of Wise County, is that where Athena went missing in the Cottondale Paradise area, is that covered by the sheriff's office at that time?
Yes, sir.
And we have other places in the county, cities and other things that will be covered by police departments, but this was covered by the sheriff's office.
Yes, it's the rural part of Wise County.
And so at 7 p.m., you hear about Athena Strand. What does the sheriff do as an initial response at this time?
Well, I was on my way back from Austin, and my intent was to stay over in Llano, because I was thinking it was the same thing, just a missing child, going to find her under the bed, in the closet, playing with a friend. So I kept contact with the Sheriff's Office dispatch. And when I found out that she hadn't been found within a 2-hour span, then I drove from Llano back to Wise County.
And during the entirety of this investigation, were you pretty much on scene during all of this investigation?
Yes, sir.
And I want to give the jury, Judge Matt.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you some maps here, states exhibits 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27. Yes, sir. You recognize those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And can you give the jury a general idea, what are we looking at here?
These are the photographs regarding the mapping and the roadways right close to 3573 in that area of Cottondale.
All right. And are you familiar with this area during your time as sheriff?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you believe these maps accurately represent the surrounding roads and cities, towns, and things in that area?
Yes, sir, that is accurate.
And is this the area in which Athena Strand went missing?
It is.
All right. Judge, we'd have to ask to the next 24 through 23, excuse me, through 27.
Any objection?
States exhibits 23 through 27 are admitted.
Sheriff, I'm not going to get too deep into this. We've got a little information already. Let me show you 23.
Yes, sir.
And can you just give us an idea, and from where we are right here today in the courthouse, where Cottondale Paradise is in reference to where we are in Tarrant County?
Well, it's northwest of here, probably by road. I would think it's about 30, 35 miles from here to there.
In this area that we're talking about, Cottondale Paradise, is that urban or rural?
That's rural.
Okay, so would I be right to assume it's post oaks and mesquites?
Yes, and cedar.
Cedar, okay. Now, on this particular location here, as we go between the towns of Cottondale and Paradise, what's the primary road that one would use to go between Cottondale and Paradise?
2123.
Okay. And is that a farm to market or a county road?
It's a farm to market.
Okay. And let me show you. Do you see that road on this map here, Sheriff?
Yes, sir, I think I do.
Okay. Is that the road going east and west there, the main road?
2123?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And just to fast forward a little bit, is Athena Strand's residence off of 2123?
Yes, sir, just to the north.
Okay, and do you know what county road that's on?
3573.
All right. And let me ask you a few questions about the scene on 3573. Was that part of your job to coordinate and set up the search for Athena Strand?
Yes, sir, it was it being sheriff. Basically, the sheriff is in charge, but we bring in folks from so many other agencies to help us in that search.
So let me ask you, let me just start from the very beginning. Once that she is not found in a short time period, what assets do you as the sheriff bring to bear to help find her at that time?
Well, the sheriff's office respond. Of course, we called in the Texas Rangers because we find that it's important that we use all the agencies that we can. We have the game wardens that were there, and they're always great. Fort Worth PD, they sent a helicopter or two. We also had some drones that came in from Denton County. And Highway Patrol, we had many of them there, as well as the voluntary fire departments. So we're bringing all the first responders that we can find, we're bringing them to help us find this child.
All right. And now it sounds like what you're talking about, most of those are sworn personnel, is what you described.
Yes.
Was there anybody else assisting in this search besides just the sworn personnel?
I'll never forget the morning of December 1st. Citizens came from all parts of Wise County to help us find that child. And we put them to work with our deputies, with our investigators, with the game wardens. It was shoulder to shoulder. We had what we estimated was about 300 citizens. And they brought their four-wheelers, some brought horses, some brought dogs. It was, I appreciate the fact that so many people came out there to help us that day.
I mean, Athena was reported missing and an Amber Alert went out, right, on the November 30th of 2022. And by the morning of December 1st of 2022, the whole community, just about the whole community pulled up. They were ready to help look for Athena. Shame, and he still gets so emotional right now. He's reliving it right now, right? Okay.
So we have all these people out there. We have a mixture of sworn personnel, we have a mixture of citizens out helping.
Yes, sir.
And were you on that scene frequently?
Yes.
And on that particular scene, where was kind of the gathering area for that on that scene?
At first, it was right at the gate for Athena's house where she was living. But as time went on, we moved it over to Cottondale to the firehouse there, the volunteer firefighter.
Let's stay focused on 3573 here for a minute.
Okay.
Are you familiar with what the scene looked like at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with where you had your own sheriff's assets placed at that time?
Yes, sir.
And then up and down the road, are you familiar with what it looked like on that December 1st that you just talked about?
Yes.
And if we were to look down this road, if we were to go back to December 1st and look down this road, what would we see as we were driving in to Athena's road?
We would be seeing those citizens in their vehicles that I was just talking about.
Okay. And will we also see any sworn personnel or those type of vehicles?
There are some, but really we were overshadowed by the number of citizens that came to help.
Do you have a number of how many citizens you believe were out there helping?
Well, we had the EMC helping us, emergency guy, Cody Powell, and he numbered 300.
These are just citizens?
Yes.
in addition to your law?
Those who actually registered, because some came on without registering. So 300.
So let me just go through here, and I want to show you some pictures here, so we'll get a little bit of an idea of the scene. I'm going to show you, Judge, if I may. States 13 through 21. I think you've looked at these before, but can you give us an idea of generally what we're seeing in those pictures?
Yes, sir. These look like, that's the route on 2123 turning into 3573, and looking at it, it looks like it's the morning of December 1st, 2022. And what we see are the vehicles of so many citizens who came and helped. And you see from time to time a marked unit of ours in the Sheriff's Office, as well as from other agencies. And we see the search people. There's some organized searchers, all the way to the end of that road that went to a cul-de-sac. And that's pretty much it.
All right. And do you recognize those pictures as being descriptive of what you saw on that day, December 1st, 2022?
Yes, sir, I do.
State offers, State's Exhibits 13 through 21.
Do you have any objections other than those previously made known to the court?
No, Your Honor, no further objections.
All right, those objections remain overruled, and State's Exhibits 13 through 21 are admitted.
If you're only joining now, thank you for being here. So today, so far in day one, quite a bit has happened. Firstly, Tanner Horner pleaded guilty, and so this teleported us to the phase 2 of this trial. So phase 1 is done because, you know, they didn't have to deliberate on his guilt or innocence. He pleaded guilty, and so here we are in the second phase where the jury gets to hear a lot of evidence from the state and then the defense, and then we'll have to deliberate on what they think the sentence should be. Should it be the death penalty or should it be life without parole? Those are the two options. So, you know, remember the Burgos Aviles trial? He did not get the death penalty, right? He got LWOP, and we were all like so shocked because he even stabbed a baby, his own son. So, yeah, there's definitely, who knows what the outcome will be, but at least we know there will be justice for Athena because it's LWOP, life without the possibility of parole, never getting out, or the death penalty. We've seen Athena Strand, who was 7 years old, right? We've seen her stepmother testify. We've seen her first grade teacher testify. And now we've got retired Wise County Sheriff Lane Akin testifying. So that's what we've seen so far. I will make sure the timestamps are done for you after this trial day ends. I always do that. No matter what time of day or night it is, I will make sure it's done for you so that you can easily navigate through the replay and just see what you missed or see what you want to see again. Something like that. Okay, so let's continue with this direct examination. I'm not too sure what pictures they're going to show us now, but here we go.
Sheriff, I'm just going to, you said there were some things about marked units.
Yes.
Is that what we see here in State 17?
Yes, that's the unit of one of our Wise County deputies.
Okay. And is that the entrance to 3573?
Yes, sir, from 2123.
Okay. Let me show you 18 and 19. Let me just stop you right there. Do you recognize this as what you were talking about earlier?
Yes, that's the entrance to the Strand home, and that's where we kind of set up our command post.
And is that what you were describing to me as the people out there helping?
Yes.
And are these the vehicles that you're talking about here as well?
Yes, sir, they are.
And I notice on States 21 here, is this the same entrance to Athena's house?
I think that is probably just a little bit beyond that, but it's close.
Okay. And I notice what appears to be porta potties out here.
Mm-hmm.
Is this was required for the amount of people that you had?
It was, and those were donated, people to help.
So this search is ongoing from November 30th. This is on the 1st.
Yes, sir.
When does the search end?
It never ended.
Well, let me ask you. At some point, were we able to locate Athena Strand's body?
We were, yes, sir.
And at that point, did then the sheriff's search for her as a missing person end?
Yes, sir. At that point, that's when the search for Athena stopped.
Now, as part of the search and what's going on, did you approve and put out a missing persons bulletin through the Texas Fusion Center?
There was one, and I approved it.
Let me show you what's been marked. The State's 22. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that what we just talked about, being the missing persons report?
Yes, sir.
That you approved?
Yes.
And what types of things that are usually contained in a missing persons bulletin?
Well, it's when last seen, what she was wearing, and what she looks like, age, pictures if possible, and I think other than that, then locations.
All right. And this would this be something that went out to law enforcement or to everybody?
That went out to law enforcement originally.
And do you?
And then to everybody, including us. We were sharing it everywhere, right? Oh, man. Lindsey Thompson said he worked at the same FedEx warehouse as me. Oh, my word. You got tea on this guy or what? You said, I knew him from the job. And tell us everything. You can email me if you want, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. You said, this was his regular route. He knew she was there, obviously. Oh, my. So, yeah, even though Athena's stepmom said that she had not seen Tanner Horner before, he might have dropped packages there before, or he might have just driven past and seen Athena playing in the yard before, right? Which would then be very, very premeditated. Okay.
Recognize this as what you approved?
Yes, sir.
Statement officer, State's Exhibit 22.
Your Honor, we'd object. It is hearsay and is not covered by the exception of 803(8)(c). It was created by law enforcement, for law enforcement, and we would object under hearsay.
Objections overruled. State's Exhibit 22 is admitted. 22, correct, Mr. State?
22, yes,
Okay.
Okay. And so that goes out to law enforcement. Are you aware of how it goes out? Is it electronic? Is there a bulletin? How does it go out?
It was an information bulletin that was sent out from Austin to all the agencies in Texas, and generally the states that are adjacent to Texas.
So as the sun sets, if you will, on December 1st, have we located Athena's body as the sun sets on December 1st?
We had not.
And I think you mentioned before, the search continues and all the assets are still in play at that time.
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned that you involved the Texas Rangers,
Yes, sir.
your old employer.
Yes, sir.
And who was the lead ranger working on this case?
Job Espinoza.
Okay. And we say Job, is that like the Book of Job?
Yes, J-O-B.
And then you said there was some assets from the FBI as well, is that right?
That's correct.
And then I think you also said that you had game wardens and a host of other people.
Yes.
Now, while law enforcement and your people and all these assets are actively searching, what else is the sheriff's office and law enforcement doing to locate Athena Strand?
We were still staying, it was just right there around that area. We were looking hard. We started looking at all the waterways in and around where we were right there in Cottondale. We were using still aircraft as well as drones that helped, and they were remarkable, but, you know, as hard as we were looking, we weren't finding her.
All right. And at this point, are y'all investigating and looking into the thought that this may have been some form of abduction and not a missing child?
Well, at that point, it seems like it had come down to searching. You know, we're still searching, but we don't have as many people focused on that as we do have people focusing on the investigation. So it's about half and half. And as time goes on, the investigation scale goes higher.
Right, so at some point, it transitions to a criminal investigation versus a missing person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that point in time, who was working the criminal leads in the criminal investigation at that time while the rest of the assets were searched?
We had, the FBI were there, and they were helping tremendously with their digital evidence that they were able to bring forth, as well as the Texas Rangers and our investigators from the Wise County Sheriff's Office working hand in hand as we looked and trying to find what happened and where is Athena. So we got to the point that we just slowed down the investigation, not the investigation, but the search, and we just really moved up on the investigation.
And what kinds of things are you looking for when you're now transitioning this for potentially a missing person to some form of criminal investigation?
Well, an investigation, it takes a while, but we had some information that came in, and it gave us a different direction. And I'll give the credit for the Rangers who recognized that there was a package that was delivered, and that we should be aware that driver pulled in there about the same time that she went missing.
All right. And so that's what we would call a different kind of lead, if you will.
Yes.
And who was primarily working that lead of that investigation?
That would have been a couple of my investigators, as well as Job, and also the FBI people were involved in that as well.
So let's move to, like I said, the sun is set on December 1st. Mm-hmm. The sun rises on December 2nd. And you mentioned that we located a package that was delivered.
Yes.
And that the Ranger and FBI are working on that.
Yes.
So when the sun rises, what is the Sheriff's Office still doing now? We're on day 3 of the search.
The investigation is picking up and moving more quickly, trying to find as much information as we can. We set up a new command post at the firefight, the FD, right there in Cottondale. FBI brought in a big truck in their RV, actually. We started looking at things, and we had a meeting on that morning. And that meeting was in the Baptist church there in Cottondale. So there were, I don't know, probably 30, 35 investigators, as well as some of the deputies who were there as we were looking at all the leads that we had. FBI, Texas Rangers, and all of our people, as well as other agencies who were coming in there helping us with that. And we had new direction, more so than we had before, and we felt as though we're going to be able to get this thing solved on that day.
All right. So let me ask you, who was able to locate Tanner Horner as the operator of the FedEx vehicle that day?
I know that Job, Ranger Espinoza, I know that he was...
Your Honor, I'll object to anything that Ranger Espinoza said.
You do not testify to anything that anybody told you, Sheriff, but you may testify as to who was there.
Yes, so it was the FBI and the Texas Rangers, as well as some of our investigations, tracked that down and found out who that driver was.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, this is hearsay.
Overruled.
The judge overruled that one. I mean, it is factual as well. They did track down, thankfully, because they realized, wait. So Athena went missing around the same time that a FedEx delivery was made? Yeah, let's find that guy. Found the van, found the guy, spoke to him. I wonder for how long they spoke to him, because he clearly cracked under pressure, you know what I mean? They read him his Miranda warning, and then he told them Athena's deceased, and he gave them a story of, you know, that he'd backed into her with his truck, and he panicked, and he put her in the van, and then he decided that he's going to kill her because he was scared of losing his job or scared of her dad. That's his story. Yeah, no, a 7-year-old girl doesn't end up naked in water in like a stream, if that's your story. Definitely not. Nope. With DNA in all sorts of places, including under her fingernails, right? Yeah, they said she fought for her life. So, that was on November 30th of 2022, by the way. As Nas said, Texas has a great reputation for tracking criminals. Right? I think so.
So once you the driver, and that driver being Tanner Horner, to your knowledge, what goes on once they locate him as the driver?
That, I really think that I probably need to leave that to Joe, because I know it was falling in place quickly. And we were back we had another press conference at the sheriff's office when all of that fell in place. And I learned of it after the press conference.
So for things that involve that lead, that FedEx driver lead, Tanner Horner, that was Joe, the FBI, and your investigators?
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk to them. All right. So at some point...
It's actually amazing how quickly they worked, right? The FBI was involved, the Texas Rangers, lots of detectives, local, right? Lots of the community, all of the community out there as well searching. But how quickly this team of investigators worked together. I mean, Athena was taken in the early evening hours, right? Around 5:30-ish p.m. on November 30th of 2022. And they found her body on December 2nd of 2022. So they tracked him down, meaning Tanner Horner, already sometime around late December 1st, and then they'd interviewed him, and then they found her body. So that was actually, if you really look at it, big picture, that was quick. That was a really amazing investigation. Roberto says justice for Athena. Yes. Okay.
When did you first learn that Athena's body had been located?
We knew that he had been taken into custody, and we knew that they were moving to try to locate Athena. And I think it was probably right around 7:30 or 8 that night that it was verified.
And let me just ask you, where was her body finally located?
In the Trinity River, Bobo Crossing. It's right off of FM 51 back to the east, probably about 400 yards off of a farm to market road on a county road, underneath, well, next to the bridge there.
And about how far from what you referenced in these pictures here that we admitted, is it from Athena's house where she was abducted to Bobo Crossing where she was dumped?
When you look at it just as the crow flies, it's about 6 miles, but in driving it, I think it's somewhere around 12 or 13 miles.
And she was in the Trinity River?
Yes, sir.
Shame. You threw her in the Trinity River. Now that's really, I'm like sitting here thinking, sure, you can see the wheels turning here. I'm like, wait. There was another little girl. Remember that story? I just can't remember her name right now. Where there was a registered SO living on the property of this family. And, you know, kind of babysitting this little girl. And then one day, I can't remember his name either right now, but I think it was Texas. And wasn't she also found in the Trinity River? That's why I'm thinking about it. Let me know if you remember that case. But yeah, he just decided the one day to just take off with her, SA her, and he tied her down with a rock and rope. Do you remember that? Tiff Knox, you see? Some of you remember. Wasn't his name something like Doug McDougal or something like that? I'll look. But I think, ooh, that just when I heard Trinity River, I'm like, ooh, my goodness. Okay, so, shame. Athena, 7 years old, November 30th, 2022. On December 2nd of 2022, they found her body in the Trinity River. So that is just to also abduct a child. He said he tried to break her neck, it didn't work, and then he strangled her in the back of the van. Okay, but then to throw, that's like the next level. Now you got to throw the child, Athena, into the Trinity River and think no one will know, no one's going to find her. Like, what the hell?
So at this point in time, we've now located her body in the Trinity River. Do we have some form of CSI or body recovery team going on at that time?
Yes, we did. We had CSI from the sheriff's office as well as the FBI working hand in hand.
So let's fast forward.
I'm so sorry for the side tangent. We'd like to focus on the case. But when I heard Trinity River and a little girl's body in it, I'm like, we've covered a case like that before. That's the one, Stefan. Audrey Cunningham. Shame. That was on February 15th of 2024. 11 years old. Audrey Cunningham disappeared while traveling to a school bus stop in Livingston, Texas. And her body was recovered February 20th of 2024 in the nearby Trinity River. So yeah, all these files we have in our brain, hey. Yep, Stefan, you confirm Audrey Cunningham was found in the Trinity River as well. Okay, so back to Athena's case.
A little bit. That group gets her body recovered from the water. What is the role of the sheriff and the sheriff's office going forward once we've recovered her body?
My main focus at that time was the family. They were all at the Cottondale Baptist Church, and we had the media. They were just around everywhere, and they were shouting at me from across the parking lots, and we weren't ready to talk to because our focus was the family.
And I'm assuming at some point when you say the family, were you the one who notified the family?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that was on Friday afternoon, is that right, Sheriff?
It was Friday evening, I think, more so.
Okay. And, I mean, for those of us who've not done that, what does a sheriff tell a family? So we felt like we knew where she was, but we weren't sure. And so we got the family into that church, and there was a room off to the side away from the assembly hall. And so I went in with them and told them that it's not looking good, but we're not sure. So I asked them to give me about 30 minutes, and I would come back. That I could bring the truth back to them and what the findings were. So I went with the SAC from FBI. I went down to Lobo Crossing and that bridge. And we both went down to the river, and that allowed me the opportunity to tell them exactly what was true. It's something it's really hard to do, but my focus was that family. I wanted them to know before any of the media. I wanted them to know, and so that gave me the opportunity to go back and have that second meeting with the family. And it was heartbreaking, and they were just devastated. I don't know, there were probably 8 or 10 members of the family in there, and it was a Sunday school classroom. And I wish I could have done something to make it better, because we were hoping, right to the last minute, we were hoping that she was alive and well. But what the information I brought back was not what they wanted to hear.
We're going to stop right now so that we can take care of the jury, and we will start back up at 1:45. Everybody, 1:45. Thank you.
Okay. starting back up in 4 minutes. So we're gonna teleport her. There's her dad. There we go. This is Athena's dad. Based on pictures I've seen, I think it's his dad. I mean, her dad, sorry. This is Jacob Strand. And this is her mother. Maitland Gandy. That's her name. Yeah. Stefan says, Sheriff Elaine Akin is a lighthouse. Absolutely. What an amazing sheriff. Shame, man. Just to, you know, see him so emotional. Now, of course, still, I just mean, it just breaks my heart, right? Okay, so... Sorry, now there's going to be commentators. So what we're going to do is... Let's go like this. Okay, wait. They're coming back, they said at 1:45, huh? 3 minutes. So we could just talk to each other a little bit and then I'll put the feedback up. Hold on 1 second. We could do it like this. Put this over here. Put this one over here. Hold on. Just want to make sure, you know, that we have it ready. Okay. And let me make sure I boost it as well. I'm switching to another feed so we can at least see the wall. How about that? And see when they come back. Yeah, I could already see movement. Wait. Let's see if there's any sound. There you go. See if I can just see it. There. Okay, so everybody, if you're new here, we like to start late on purpose. Not for all trials. Some of them we watch live, but this one we're defluffing, so we could just, you know, skip over the lunch break. Why not? And we skipped over all the morning break so far and the lunch break now, which is just really great. So we could just carry on with testimony, right? She will say that was a tearjerker, so sad. Yes. So the jury, there are jurors in the courtroom because I saw some questions. People were confused as to like, what now? Is there a jury? Yes. There's a jury hearing all this evidence. We heard opening statements today from the state and the defense. Obviously, this would be for phase 2 of the trial, the punishment phase, because Tanner Horner pleaded guilty. And then we saw the state's first witnesses, and they'll have a number of witnesses, and we're going to hear a lot of evidence, some of it which sounds like it's going to be horrific. The state said, buckle up, okay? Meaning even the audio from the FedEx van after Tanner Horner covered the camera, that sounds scary. So we've heard from 3 witnesses so far, and we'll continue on now, I would assume, with the retired Sheriff Elaine Akin. Anyway, so this is now after lunch, afternoon session. Here we go. So close your lunch boxes. I forgot to say that. That's the whole lead up. Close your lunch box. We're not having lunch. We skipped lunch today. I'm also aware that there's other trials going on and all sorts of things happening today. So if you choose to be here with me today, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. And if you do leave for a bit, remember to come back, okay? And remember to like and share as well, so that you can call others to come and watch here with us. I don't know how long this punishment phase will last. The state said a couple of weeks, so it could be 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I don't know. We'll have to see how long this lasts until the jury deliberates on what the sentence should be. Those guys will sort him out, hey? Can they? Samantha Elizabeth said, will he be given the opportunity to testify? I think so. I think he actually probably will. I would guess so. To tell his sob story himself. Quickly see. I'm just checking my notes that I scribbled here, if there's anything that I didn't share with you yet. They did say that there's Athena's mother, by the way. Shame. They said that when Athena was in the van, Tanner said to her, don't scream or I'll hurt you. I wonder how he got into the van. Did he like lure her by saying, come look here quickly, I've got a puppy in the car, you know what I mean? Like, was it like that, or did he just grab her, or what happened? How did he lure her there? Terrible, right? November 30th, 2022. Okay. Karen Bagwell said, I've watched every trial with you guys. This one is tough. Right, the first trial I ever covered was Gannon Stough's case. That was tough. We might have to do it again. Letitia Stough's been granted a new trial. Okay, we don't know the date yet, and the prosecution might want to appeal it, but that was tough. This one as well, right? So thank you so much for being here. Miss Minnie said those guys aren't the ones to mess with. Definitely not. Thank you, sunny Arizona. He said, I wouldn't be anywhere else than right here with Gizzler and GTC.
I always, if I go in yours, I put it back down. I raise it up. Yeah, I don't want to dribble. I understand.
We're getting hot mics in here, hey? Is that a chocolate? Can we have one?
I'm trying not to.
Big big.
Actually, I want to get. There's some.
It's got sweeties, sir.
Yeah. I think it may have been kind of.
Where I'm doing that. And so they're there, but you can't see it practically. But anytime protector of paternity,
Okay.
Yeah,
They've been warned.
That's helpful for me. But anytime I see anything on there, I'm avoiding it.
Okay, so you're actively trying to...
Yeah, I'm actively trying to avoid it. Okay. Like there's, are you with the...
I'm with the state, yeah.
Because he's sitting down at the desk the whole...
We do like a hot mic here and there, right? Can't help but listen in. What are we going to hear next, hey? Sure. Especially, remember, which one was it? Corey Richards trial. Ooh, when the defense table... Well, in any trial we watch when the defense has a bit of a hot mic moment. We're like, oh, and you said what now? Oh my. I remember when the defense at some point in Corey's trial said they're going to steal her thunder or something like that. We were like, what? Yeah. Stefan said he might have stopped and asked Athena for an address and then snatched her. Could be that as well, yeah. I think he definitely would have tried to ask for help in some way. You know what I mean? Shame.
I can't really get a solo shot too, so yeah, I was trying to get one earlier, and I think that's when you guys saw it. But okay, yeah. So if I see it, I'm avoiding it. Obviously, the one in the middle is displaying what's on the TV. Yeah. So sometimes that's kind of the only one that gets it, but I'm avoiding it at all. All right, nothing that's happening. All right, if you have any issues, let me know. I'm Martin.
Oh, I'm set.
That's good.
Thank you for the coffee, Jacqueline. Thank you so much.
Do you see Carrie? Oh, okay.
Thank you to everyone who spoiled me and the mods with coffees today. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Kyle.
The TV.
There's the defendant. Involuntary eye roll. Nina Hoont said, y'all are awesome. Thank you, G. Thank you so much for your support. To me, he looks so chilled. He looks like, you know, I don't know, like he's in college or something. Like we're back in class now, everyone. We're back in class. That's just the vibe he gives off when he's not performing like earlier.
No. Face. Yeah. So shiny side to the screen.
Punk Gopher said, I'm still shocked that the defense tried to object to the gallery's clothing. Yes, they're like, everybody's wearing pink. There's a lot of people in pink here.
We're good.
Judge overruled that.
You ready?
Yeah.
Experience.
I can appreciate that one.
Yeah, I keep that stuff, so Bobby just wanted to look at Isabella.
Thank you, Sophia Petrillo.
All right, are both sides ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're all ready. All sides are ready. Everybody stand, please. Sorry, I can't help but gotta say. Someone said don't stop saying it. Oh, Kyle, we miss him. The bailiff from Tennessee. Okay, Megan Boswell trial. Just a crazy Jen said, does he have a criminal history? Maybe he's been a defendant before. He's got sexual assault charges. He hasn't been convicted, but he's got 3 different SA cases against him. He's also got allegations of SA from his past. But I don't think he has like a criminal record. I don't think he's been a defendant before. So this is a big one. He's a defendant at a death penalty case. You know, the jury can vote if he should be put to death or not. LWOP or DP. That's what's happening here in Texas.
Okay.
Southern CJB said he pleaded guilty. Hopefully tomorrow he'll be in his origin. Not tomorrow. They're going to probably put on evidence for 2 weeks, you know what I mean? I don't know. I would have guessed normally about a week. But then the defense also has to put on their mitigating evidence, which will be all the sob stories of his life. We've seen it before. Watch the Burgos Aviles trial. Oh my. Even Sean Finnegan, you're like, oh my goodness, here we go. So, we're watching the trial, okay? It's just phase 2 of the trial. And so, going to be a while. Definitely won't be an orange tomorrow, in my opinion. I don't think so. Okay. Voire, did I say it right? Voire, the hag, said we shouldn't listen to the audio, the jury have to, but there's no excuse for people to listen to a child being murdered for curiosity or entertainment. I agree. I'm not sure if they're going to stream it. I would actually think that the judge wouldn't let that be streamed. You know what I mean? Like live stream to the public. I think at that point there will probably be an instruction to have the audio turned off. So we'll have to see how that goes, because it sounds like it was quite lengthy video that was captured as well. I think it would be really traumatizing to hear. As much as we are here for justice for Athena, right? And we want to hear the evidence, but I just think that will be very traumatizing. But let's see what they do. Southern Cali B said, I know it's Southern CJB now, but it used to be Southern Cali B. That's why I always say that, right? You said, I mean, you should have to wear it now at trial. Oh, you mean because he pleaded guilty? I like that. I like it a lot. Okay, I like that train of thought there. Sir, you pleaded guilty. Orange jumpsuit tomorrow, please. Yes.
All right, everyone may be seated. Good afternoon. We are ready to proceed. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pass the witness.
Oh, that's the one. Ms. Anderson.
No questions?
May Sheriff Akin be excused.
Yes, sir.
Any objection from the state?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sheriff.
You made the sheriff, at least the sheriff had lunch, but like, I'd assume. But you couldn't pass the witness before lunch? You come back from lunch, pass the witness. Okay, defense, no questions. Okay. Panic at the Discourse said, do we know the composition of jury, age, race? No, we don't. I have no idea. Thank you so much for your sticker.
Who do you have next?
Patrick B.
State called Patrick McGuire.
Patrick McGuire. solemnly swear or affirm testimony given in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the true self of God.
Yes, Judge.
Have a seat right here. Rule of evidence is in effect says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying, and once you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Special Agent McGuire, would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court?
Yes, sir. My name is Patrick McGuire. I'm a special agent with the FBI in Fort Worth. My first name is Patrick. Last name McGuire, Mcguire.
Thank you. And I will tell you that the court reporter is taking down everything that you say, so we're both going to try to talk a little slower and not interrupt each other, all right?
Yes.
Awesome, thanks. So, you work for the FBI, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Can you kind of tell us, one, how long have you been working for the FBI?
I've been a special agent for a little over 5 years now.
And so if that was 5 years now, 3.5 years ago, you've been about 1.5 years on, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what did you have to do? I mean, what kind of education? How did you end up being an FBI agent?
Yes, sir. I have my bachelor's degree, and then I was a police officer in the state of Virginia for about 8.5 years before applying for the Bureau.
And do they assign you to a specific location? You get to pick where you want to go, or what?
You list when you're at Quantico what field office you want to go to, and they assigned me to be in the Dallas field office and then the Fort Worth satellite office.
So there are actually FBI offices both in Dallas and Fort Worth, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is the Fort Worth sort of an auxiliary to the Dallas office, is the main office?
Yes, sir. Our main hub is Dallas.
And particularly with regard to missing persons cases where is the FBI got some special kind of resources available that maybe local agencies might not?
Yes, sir. It's common for local agencies to request the FBI's help during any kidnapping or missing child investigation.
And did you become aware of a missing child investigation that was going on in Wise County back on, beginning on November 30th and through December 1st, December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, sir.
And can you kind of just describe for the jury how it was that you became aware of it and what you did as a result?
Yes, sir. I was called by another agent who was on scene there was a FedEx package that was delivered to the victim address during the timeline of question, and that other agent basically asked me to follow down that box and figure out who delivered it.
Okay. So you're running down a lead, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you working by yourself or with another agent? How does that work?
Yes, sir. I was working with another agent.
And what was that person's name?
Special Agent Lindsey Hogan.
Okay. And what did you do first in order to try to investigate that lead?
We went to multiple FedEx locations, with the last one finally being the FedEx location in Alliance, to identify where the package originated and left from that FedEx location.
And were you able to determine that that package did in fact originate at that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you're talking about Alliance, are you talking about Alliance Airport?
Yes, sir. The location is right next to the Alliance Airport.
And what is at that location?
It's a very large facility where they intake and then a lot of trucks leave to go, I'd assume, through most of Fort Worth and the outstanding areas.
They have FedEx planes that land there, unload, and then they're distributed from that location to the various areas around Dallas-Fort Worth. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And as a result of going to that location, did you talk to anybody in particular?
Yes, we talked to one of the managers, Max Drescher.
And was he able to give you some information that you then were able to act upon?
Yes, sir. He identified that it was in fact a FedEx package that was delivered, and basically identified the route.
Go ahead.
He identified the route that had that package on its delivery.
And did he get in contact with any other individuals while you were there in his presence?
Yes, while we were in his office, he contacted Richard Davis, who's the owner of Big Topspin, which is the contract company for FedEx.
And I think a lot of times as we see a FedEx vehicle driving down the road that we think it's all owned by the big FedEx company. Is that true?
No, I believe most of the delivery trucks are owned by contract companies.
And then FedEx puts their logo on that contract company, but it still has no...
We lay a foundation for this.
Let me-
Prior to work for FedEx.
Let me hear the question first. Yeah, ask the question.
What is Big Topspin?
It's a company that's contracted by FedEx to deliver packages.
And do they own a number of vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. And do those vehicles say Big Top Spin on them, or do they say something else?
They say FedEx.
Okay. And so why specifically was Max Drescher contacting Big Top Spin?
Because that was the contract company who owned the truck that delivered on the route that day.
And as a result of contacting Richard Davis, did you receive a name that you were able to then try to track down that person?
Yes, the driver was identified as Mr. Tanner Horner.
Okay. And did you later actually meet that person face to face?
Yes, sir.
And when did this take place? What date was it?
This occurred on December 1st.
Okay, so if the disappearance happened on November 30th, this would be the next day. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And about what?
That's quick, eh? I don't think that Tanner Horner expected that. He probably thought, oh, well, you know, by the time anyone realizes anything, or even if they ever find Athena, it'll be too late because he threw her in the water, right? So maybe he thought the decomposition or whatever it would be, there'd be no evidence. No one will ever know. He was just there, you know, dropping off packages on his usual route. No one will know. Oh. And then the FBI pulled in like, oh, okay, hello, sir. Next day we want to speak to you. What were you doing there around the same time that a little girl disappeared, huh? Let's check the van, shall we? Oh, my. Look at that. You've got a camera inside the van and recorded everything. Until he covered up the camera, but then it still recorded audio. Like, what a dumbass. I could just imagine 31-year-old Tanner Horner just not thinking that the very next day the FBI is like, knock, knock. We want to talk to you.
What time of day was it that you made your way finally to the Alliance location for FedEx?
Probably later in the morning.
And while you were there, did Mr. Davis get in contact with that driver to get you some more information about the particular vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And did Mr. Drescher make contact with that driver while you were there and where you could hear both?
Let me finish asking a question.
While you were there and you could hear both ends of the conversation.
Objection is overruled. You may answer the question.
Yes, sir. While we were in Mr. Drescher's office, he contacted via phone Mr. Horner on speakerphone with myself and Agent Hogan sitting in the room to be able to hear it.
And was Mr. Horner asked by Mr. Drescher about the specific delivery to the address where the disappearance had occurred?
Yes, sir.
And what was his response at that time to that inquiry?
He advised he did not recall that address or that delivery specifically.
And
of course. She's like, oh, I have no idea. What address again? Yeah, the one where you abducted the little girl from? Christine Biada said contractors buy the routes and trucks have the FedEx logo, but the contractor's company is on the side of the door, small letters. Former FedEx employee here. Ah, thank you so much. Would you like that insight? Thank you for that answer.
So then as a result of that, what were your next steps?
We then went out to Wise County in Paradise to locate Mr. Horner in person and interview him.
And did you go directly there, or did you go to the command post where the search for the missing person was taking place?
I believe we went directly there.
Okay. And so how was it that you knew where to go?
We obtained the FedEx delivery sheet to know each delivery and each address.
And were you able to gain some information through either Mr. Drescher or Mr. Davis as to sort of where he was on his delivery route at the time that you were going out there to talk to him?
Yes, sir. We were told where he currently was and then where he would be in about 45 minutes for the drive time.
And so what did you do with that information?
We went to where we believed that he would be, and we located him at a delivery location.
Okay. And when you went to that location, did you have to wait for him? Was he already there?
I believe he was already there.
Okay. And so, once you saw that the FedEx vehicle was there, did you approach the person?
Yes.
And do you see the person that you approached at that time here in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Could you identify where he is sitting in the courtroom and maybe describe what he is wearing?
Yes, sir. It's a gentleman at the end of this table wearing a light bluish gray shirt and gray slacks.
Objection to the word gentleman? Oh, sorry. I'm not actually snarking at the witness, but I wouldn't call that thing a gentleman, right? That creature sitting there, I don't know, wearing whatever he was wearing. Yes. Gentleman? No.
Your Honor, that's the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect.
Was he wearing a shirt and tie at that time?
No, sir.
What was he wearing?
A FedEx uniform, like a black and purple FedEx logo shirt.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Darcy says, I thought delivery trucks have cameras. They do. That's why they've got footage of Athena in the van. Him talking to Athena. And then he covered the camera and they've still got the audio that went running. We saw a horrifying picture earlier of Athena in the van. So if you missed that, don't worry, I'll timestamp it for you later.
Prior to court today, did you have the opportunity to look at a couple of exhibits?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you, first of all, State's Exhibit number 30. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And is that a CD?
Yes.
And did I play you a copy of that at that time that we looked at it earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately, well, actually a DVD, I apologize. Does that have a small, short clip on that DVD showing your initial interaction with Tanner Horner from inside of the FedEx vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I know it's hard to hear. We're not going to play it at this time because we're having some issues with the sound system. But if the jury wants to play that later, they can look at it at that time. Okay?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit number 29, is that a screenshot from that same video?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize the two people that are depicted in that screenshot?
Yes, sir. The person closest to the camera with his back facing the camera is Mr. Horner, and the person in the flannel button-up is myself.
And you were able to watch State's Exhibit number 30, which this comes from, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did it show his face where you can clearly recognize him?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This time I'll offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 29 and 30.
Judge, I have no objection to 29, 430 is playing. We would want to hear that.
Okay.
Whatever technical
All right.
issue there is.
States 29 and States 30 are admitted, but we will let you review it before it's on 30, before it's exhibited to the jury.
May I publish 29?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Oh man. Now we're going to see Plumber But 2. Stefan said, Assistant District Attorney Patrick Berry is asking the questions. I love it when you give all the names. Thank you, Stefan. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, we might as well put the trigger warning right over his butt right there. What are we going to see now? Oh dear. Okay, so they tracked him down. This would be from December 1st of 2022, the day after Athena disappeared. The Amber Alert had gone out. Everybody was looking for her. As you saw from when the sheriff, retired Sheriff Akin was on the stand, the whole community was out there looking for Athena. So he would have seen that as well. He would have known that. So at this point, he must have been like, oh, crap, they're coming to talk to me.
And is this the screenshot that's been admitted to State's Exhibit number 29?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk about, you can turn that off, or turn it back on, Mr. King. Let's talk about that conversation. Can you kind of describe for me didn't take place like within, I guess, earshot of the camera, correct?
Correct.
Where did you go to talk to him?
Just a little farther back, towards the rear of the truck.
Okay. And even as you approached him, can you kind of describe how that took place when you first approached him?
When we approached him, he was getting out of the vehicle, and we scared him, causing him to drop the package.
Okay. And then after you were, did he even know who you were at that point?
Not initially when we walked up, no.
And did you allow him to finish his deliveries that he was making before you talked to him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And all that's on that little video clip that we weren't able to play, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so once you do that, you go out of back towards the back of the truck, you said, is that right?
Towards the back of the truck, yes.
Okay, so if you wouldn't mind kind of telling me what you were asking him and what his responses were to your inquiries.
Yes, sir. We initially asked him, again, about the delivery that was asked by Mr. Drescher on the phone. And he stated that after the address that he's delivering at while we're talking to him is a fairly short distance from the crime scene. And at that time, when we were speaking to him in person, he stated that after he had driven by the crime scene and saw law enforcement, that he remembered that delivery.
Okay, so...
Wow, amazing when he remembers things, right? Just in case anyone else feels like this, I'm going to explain. You said Marie SLXO. I missed the context. In this regards, is this in regards to before or after the abduction? After? You mean when they tracked him down? So Athena was abducted and murdered on November 30th of 2022, and on December 1st already they tracked down the FedEx delivery guy, because there was the package that was left at the house, which was the Barbies intended for Athena, in a Walmart box. And so they knew a delivery was made. They tracked down the company, the vehicle, and then the driver. And then they went to go talk to the driver. So, and then he got a fright when he saw them and dropped the package that he was holding. Oh, okay. Even though they were in civilian clothing. Hello, we'd like to talk to you. He's like, oh, okay. And then the state said that he had a web of lies. He just lied and lied and lied and lied. A lot. But eventually he confessed to murdering Athena and told the police where to find her body.
When you first talked to him, you didn't talk to him, but Max Drescher talked to him while you were at the office.
Yes, sir.
His initial story was he did not remember, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then he said he drove back through the crime scene, or he drove back down the same road?
At the very least close to it to see the large law enforcement response.
And then...
It's quite wild, eh? So he did go back, like they usually do. A lot of killers do that, to the scene. But then he saw that law enforcement presence there. That must have given him a fright, hey? Mm-hmm.
That made him remember the incident, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did he give you some indication of what he remembered about the incident that took place at this point still less than 24 hours earlier, correct?
Yes, sir. He advised us that he recalled the house looking run down and that he was basically initially start thinking that he didn't want to deliver there until he saw what he thought may have been the homeowner leaving in a vehicle and turning left out of the driveway.
Oh, please. Was he trying to blame the homeowner? The dad? Crazy. Dad wasn't there. He was out on a hunting trip, and when he heard that Athena was missing, he said to his partner, were they married at the time? I can't remember, but the stepmother, right? He said, call 911. And then he turned around from his trip. He was with his dad, and he went back to the house, right? Tanner Horner making up things. Oh, yeah, I thought the house was run down, and then saw somebody driving out of it. Right. Now, Short Chicks Rule 4 said, in the Bahamas on vacation. I hope that you're enjoying it. You said, but can't stay away. Thank you so much for taking us with you. And you said, I'm with family. And they all say, thank you for your hard work on Lynn's trial. # justice for Athena. If you guys don't know about Lynn Hernan's trial, that was the Jesse Kershevsky trial. She was the defendant in the case. And this is the victim's family. Thank you for being here, for a member for 22 months as well. I really appreciate it.
He described that vehicle for you.
Yes, he described the vehicle as a older green Chevy Astro van and specifically with sunspots on the hood and on the roof, and a piece of the panel, like the lower panel, missing on the driver door close to the front wheel.
Now, did you relay that, there's a command post, correct, for this missing child search, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that child's name's Athena Strand, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she was a 7-year-old girl.
Yes, sir.
And so there's some urgency with regard to trying to find this little girl, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you relay this information back to the command post?
Yes, sir. After this interview, we immediately went to the command post and relayed that information of that vehicle to the command post for further investigation.
Because
So he deflected for a bit successfully. Oh yeah, I saw a green, what did he call it? A green Chevy Astro van. And then described all sorts of things, a panel missing and spots over here and there. Freaking liar. Tanner Horner. Yes. Thank you, Stefan. Everybody please read my pinned comment as well, okay? He pleaded guilty. We're in the punishment phase of the trial.
Because if that was true, that's somebody you would want to talk to, correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell me, was there something else that caught your attention, though, as you're talking to Mr. Horner about this, what he remembers? Kind of describe the rest of that conversation and what it was that sort of sparked your interest, attention at that point.
Yes, sir. During the majority of the interview, Mr. Horner was very articulate. He answered every question properly, good back and forth conversation. And then towards the end of the conversation, he got very emotional and almost to the point of crying, and stated to us that he couldn't believe something like this would happen and that he had his own child.
So he's acting like a concerned citizen, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
So he knows how to perform. Sorry for pausing this man like
in
this.
fact, so much.
There you go. Sorry, special agent. Oh. So he was cool, calm, and collected, just answering questions, making up vehicles with sunspots and panels missing. Trying to blame somebody else and be like, I can't believe this would happen. I'm a father too. Oh, my word. And he was. He had a fiance and he was the father of an infant. So, wow. So now, to me, that tells me he knows how to perform on the spot, hey?
So that he's like showing some emotion to you. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you relay that information back as well?
I don't recall if we specifically told that, but we definitely kept note of it.
Okay. And so, based upon the information that you got from him at that time, was there an extensive search done for some mysterious green van that might have been leading to a potential lead on this missing child?
Yes, sir. There was multiple law enforcement hours spent looking into the van on law enforcement databases and doing physical surveillance on the ground, trying to locate this van.
And were resources that were dedicated to finding this missing girl, Athena Strand, that were being used running down other legitimate leads, were they diverted to go look for this green van?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to that search for the green van, was any green van ever located that would have been in the area at that time?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Now, after you had this initial meeting, kind of describe what happened next with you.
We went back to the command post. We relayed this information to the command post, and then were later tasked to interview further family members.
Okay. And based upon what you already knew, just from, how did you feel about being pulled away from the lead that you were running on at this point to go interview family members?
We were a little concerned by it. We were still interested in Mr. Horner. We still had some unfinished questions that we were concerned about.
And do you know a person by the name of Joe Espinoza?
Yes, sir.
And who is he?
He's a Texas Ranger assigned to this case.
And did you relay to him that information about this first meeting?
I don't believe directly, we told it to the command post.
Okay, the command post, but the information's running through him at the command post.
Correct.
Okay. So with regard to that, further investigating Mr. Horner, were you able to get back to that at some point later in the day?
That next morning, we began further investigating it.
Wasn't there a second meeting that took place on December 1st?
Yes, sir, before we spoke to family.
Okay, understood. Okay,
Yes.
so we're not there yet. So you didn't speak to family in between the two meetings, is that right?
Correct.
All right, so let's just go from the point of the end of the first meeting, what we're looking at here, and kind of describe what steps you next took leading up to a second meeting.
We further asked Max Drescher from FedEx for more information about his deliveries on the date question, and we were given basically multiple deliveries during the time frame that we were concerned about, that we wanted to ask Mr. Horner about more.
And were you able to actually get FedEx to, I believe there was some type of a grand jury?
Let me hear the question.
I'll start again.
Okay.
With regard to what you did with regard to FedEx, since you were already in contact with them, did you then later issue a subpoena for the information that was used to ultimately run down this leak?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that was on a later date, though. But with regard to this day, were there further steps taken by FedEx and Big Top Spin to try to potentially gain more illumination as to what was going on in that van?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe that, please?
We got further delivery information on his route during the evening of the 30th.
Okay. And based upon that information, did you have some concerns that you wanted to clear up with Mr. Horner?
Yes, sir. There was about a 45-minute time period that should have been a drive time of approximately 11 to 12 minutes. So it gave us basically a half an hour of question that we wanted to ask Mr. Horner further about.
And did you try to set up another meeting?
Yes, sir. We called Mr. Horner on the phone.
Okay. And may I approach?
Yes, sir.
And actually, at some point during that conversation, did you get cut off in that conversation?
Yes, sir. At some point, the call dropped.
Okay. And so we've already admitted 30, but there's also, I think it's 30 and 31 are that second conversation, and then 28 would have been the first conversation. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I apologize. I misspoke on the numbers earlier, so it was 28 rather than 30 as far as the first call.
Yes, sir.
So with regard to states 30 and 31, states 30 the beginning of that phone call before it got cut off, and states 31 when Mr. Horner called you back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've listened to those prior to court today, correct?
Yes, sir.
And does that fairly and accurately represent both ends of that conversation?
Yes,
as
sir.
far as the audio goes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with that understanding of the mistake that I made a moment ago, I will re-offer 30 as a part of the second video, as well as 31, and then 28 as the first call, first video. 30. These are the two.
Okay, let's take a quick pause. Somebody said, Maria, I thought he admitted guilty to this. He did. And even if he confessed, he still pleaded not guilty before today. And then today, he pleaded guilty. So, we're in the punishment phase of the trial. I'm not going to say that all the time. The poor replay viewers are going to be like, oh my word, you've said it 100 times. But people do join the chat and they're confused. But let's say, no matter what, if he confessed to committing the crime, to abducting Athena and murdering her, he still has the right to plead how he wants to. And he pleaded not guilty. And everybody then was already confused, like, wait, he pleaded not guilty? And he confessed, yeah. He has the right to a fair trial no matter what he confessed to. So, that can be frustrating as well, right? I know, but we've got to see the evidence and the jury has to decide. However, in this case, everything changed today at the start of day one because he decided to plead guilty. So not only has he confessed and not only has he pleaded guilty, but now the trial is in the death penalty case, second phase of the trial, where the jury will have to hear all this evidence and then decide. They will deliberate. It must be unanimous. 12 jurors must vote unanimously whether or not he should be sentenced to death or life without parole. Letterer by Betterer, thanks for being a member for 27 months. You said, I've watched 26 trials with Eugene. No one honors victims quite like you. Your snark and commentary is one of a kind. Thank you so much. So which trial? Have you watched 26? Is this the 27 one? Is that what you mean? You watched them all before this one or what? Or which one did you miss? You watched them all, right? All of them? All 26 before this? That's amazing.
You understand before, as long as they play correctly, we can tell the judge.
All right, so states 28 will be admitted and states 31 will be admitted, subject to review by the defense.
Yes, sir. And then, following those, we'll talk about the content of those calls in a moment. But following those, did you have another meeting with Mr. Horner?
Yes, sir. We met him in another package delivery driveway.
Okay. So let's talk about that phone call. You were calling him, you said, about some type of time discrepancy. And was that something that was actually occurred, or some information that you've been given that you were trying to follow up on that you later learned to be not exactly what you were being told?
Yes, sir. Between the time of the phone call and then meeting him in person, we learned that the times given to us by FedEx were incorrect.
But nonetheless, you'd already set up the meeting. You had some interest in getting some further information, so you went in and had the meeting. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's talk about on the phone calls. Did he talk to you about possible reasons why there might be some delays in his between package deliveries on that particular day?
One of the reasons he advised us was that he had thrown up at a Love's truck stop.
Okay. And did he elaborate on that as far as where he got sick, how long it took him, anything like that?
He stated he didn't feel well on the route, that he then began driving back towards the Alliance area, pulled over on the side of a random road, threw up, and then continued to a Love's, threw up again before continuing back to the FedEx location.
I can hear. He's full of stories, hey? The defendant, I mean, huh? Tanner Horner. Can you explain this 30-minute gap in your route that day? Like, what were you doing? Oh, yeah. Pulled over and threw up at a Love's truck stop. No. In reality, what he did was murder a 7-year-old, Athena Strand, and then throw her into the water over a bridge. Okay, then. And that's what he calls pulling over and throwing up at a Love's truck stop. Okay, then. Thank you, Dallas. You said Audrey Cunningham and Stephen McDougall. Yeah, that was earlier. I think you're a little behind. Thank you so much for being here and for being a member for 9 months.
And with regard to this location where the Athena Strand went missing the night before, did he give you any information about whether or not that was the last package that he delivered that day or something else?
Yes, sir. That was the last package that he had delivered that day.
And he admitted that to you at that time, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did that pique your interest even further?
Yes, sir. On the information we obtained from FedEx, that was the last package he had delivered that was not marked as delivered in the FedEx system. And then after that, he had another approximately 4 or 5 packages that he was supposed to deliver after the one to the Strand household and did not deliver them.
Okay, red flag. He didn't even mark it as delivered? My goodness, like really, dude, you thought they're not gonna know or what? They caught him so quick. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine knowing, if you lived in the area, that you got packages delivered by FedEx that day, and if you had children playing in the yard? I'd be terrified to think, oh my word, what, imagine, you know what I mean? I wonder if he tried anything before. So, last package he had delivered that day, but he wasn't actually done. He was still supposed to deliver 4 or 5 more. Sure, okay. Like, imagine just how the extra layer of, I don't know what to call it really, of reckless, evil he must be to do this on the job, in uniform, with a FedEx truck equipped with cameras. That's how depraved, there's the word, that's how depraved he really is. He's willing to do what he did on the job in uniform, with a fiance at home and an infant. Huh? Wow.
So, but he's telling you that's because he got sick, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, you go and you meet with him during those conversations, did you set up a place where you could meet again?
Yes, sir. He advised us where he was on the package delivery route and an address to meet him at.
And prior to court, did you see a screenshot of you as you're approaching him during that?
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Brooke, for your support.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit number 32. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And is that the screenshot that shows both you and Mr. Horner at the time of the second meeting?
Yes, sir.
I'll author into evidence State's Exhibit 32.
Okay.
State's 32 is in me.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And this person walking up here, who's that?
That's me.
And who is the person with their arm up?
Mr. Horner.
Okay. And are you familiar with something called UTC time?
Yes, sir.
And what is UTC time?
That's just the standard time a lot of video devices and basic electronics will use as a standard time.
Okay. And is it sort of like, I always heard Greenwich Mean Time. Is it something like that?
Yes, sir.
And so when you measure other time zones, do you measure them by UTC plus a certain number of hours or UTC minus a certain number of hours?
Yes, sir, based where you are in the world.
Okay. And Paradise, Texas, or Cottondale, Texas, you can turn that back on, Deputy King, thank you. Paradise, Texas, at that time of the year, what was the calculation? Is it 6 hours difference?
Yes, sir. At that time of year, it would be UTC or GMT minus 6 to make Central Time.
Okay. So then, looking at the time frames that you were there, this number here, 21:45:01, if you subtracted 6 from 21, that makes 15, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would mean that would be 3:15 is on military time. What time of day is that?
That would be 3:45 p.m.
Okay. And is that time consistent with the time that you remember meeting with Mr. Horner the second time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, with regard to this meeting, tell me just in your own words, describe what took place here.
We initially spoke about the time discrepancy again, and basically told him that what we spoke about on the phone, we learned now to not be true. And then we further asked him about the green van that he had initially told us during the first interview.
And did you do something more than just ask him about it with regard to the green van?
Yes, sir. I Googled and found a picture of a older green Chevy Astro van.
And what did you do with that?
I showed Mr. Horner my phone and asked him if the vehicle on the screen matched what he saw in the driveway the day before.
And what was his response?
He stated that vehicle was very similar to the one from the driveway.
And can I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 33 and ask you to recognize that.
Yes, sir, that's a screenshot of the picture in the Google search that I showed Mr. Horner.
And this is the one that he said, yes, it looks like that?
Yes, sir.
I'll offer State's Exhibit number 33 to evidence this time.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 33 is admitted.
And again, based upon that information, was there, I don't know if we call it an APB with regard to, what do you call it when you're looking for a particular type of vehicle?
We usually call it a BOL, or be on the lookout.
And was that done with regard to this type of a van that might have been spotted within the area?
Yes, sir. That information was passed to the command post, and further investigative hours were spent looking for that van.
Okay. So, at the end of this meeting with Mr. Horner, kind of tell us how it went down as far as you're meeting with him, you get this information, and then what happens?
After we finished the contact with him, we walked back to our vehicle and then went back to the command post.
Okay. As you're sitting in your vehicle getting ready to go back to the command post, did you watch Mr. Horner exit the location where he was currently at?
Yes, sir. Mr. Horner, in the FedEx van, backed out of the driveway, across the road, and then struck a tree on the other side of the road.
And what did he do as a result of that?
Mr. Horner exited the driver's seat, looked at the rear of the truck, and then got back into the vehicle and left.
Okay. Did you find that odd, given what you just talked about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he seem to be paying close attention to what he was doing at that point?
No, sir.
Now, with regard to other things that you did in this investigation to try to find Athena Strand, can you kind of just give us a brief synopsis of those things?
So after we did the second interview, we went back to the command post, and then that was when we were tasked with interviewing further family members.
Okay. Now, based upon your conversations with Mr. Drescher and Mr. Davis, were they trying to obtain some more potential evidence as to what might have happened?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you ask them to obtain some more evidence?
Yes, sir. Later on the 1st and early into the 2nd of December, we obtained further information from FedEx.
Go ahead, you may answer.
We obtained from FedEx further information of Mr. Horner's delivery route on the 30th and on the 1st.
Was there some indication that there might be video in this van?
Yes, sir. We were also advised that all the vans were equipped with a dash cam.
And did you ask them to try to obtain that video information from the vehicle that Tanner Horner had been driving on November 30th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Now, was that able to be done on the 1st?
No, sir.
But on the 2nd, did you receive video from that van?
Yes, sir. During the afternoon of the 2nd, we obtained video from Velociter, which is the company that runs the dash cams.
Now, were they able to give you a full video of the entire event?
At the time, during the afternoon of the 2nd, no, sir. The first video we obtained was basically a phone recording of a screen of the dash cam.
Did you see something on that piqued your interest?
Yes, sir. It was a phone screen recording of a video of Mr. Horner placing a small girl into the back of his FedEx van.
And was the time on that video consistent with the time that Athena Strand went missing?
Yes, sir, as far as I recall.
Now, at approximately the same time, based upon other information that you had already obtained with regard to the routes and those sort of things, was there action being taken to try to detain Mr. Horner?
Yes, sir. At the same time that we obtained that video, myself and Agent Hogan were doing surveillance on Mr. Horner during his route on the 2nd.
So for a little while on the 1st, you were diverted to speak to family members. Why was it that they were focused on speaking to family members when you're in the middle of investigating this?
A lot of time during law enforcement investigations into a missing child abduction, your family is likely suspects. So one of our initial jobs is to follow any lead, but usually talk to the family, identify further leads from them.
And so, because you all do, I guess, the big thing that you see on TV with the FBI is profiling, right?
Yes, sir.
Explain what that means.
Basically getting it's a behavioral analysis unit. I'm not a member of it, but they basically will intake all the facts the field will get to basically create a profile of who they would generally believe to be the suspect.
And is there a lot of things that go into those kind of profiles?
Yes, sir.
Statistics and other things?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to that, is it often true that a person that is responsible for abducting a young child is often either a family member or somebody that knows that child?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The stranger abductions are less common or more rare, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so with regard to this case, you were able to kind of help lead in the right direction with regard to Mr. Horner. What changed on the morning of the 1st as far as now you're back on surveilling Mr. Horner?
The morning of the 2nd was when we...
The 2nd, I apologize.
Yes, sir. We obtained the official records of the deliveries, and basically there were some anomalies of the last package delivered was the one before the victim address of the Strand household. Then we know the Strand package was delivered because it was on their doorstep, but not marked delivered. And then there was 4 or 5 more packages that should have been delivered that night that were not delivered.
In fact, just coincidentally, did you later learn that the first delivery first time you met him, he was at delivering a package he should have delivered the night before?
Yes, sir. Looking at the tracking numbers for all the deliveries he did not make on the 30th, one of the packages he was delivering when we walked up to him the first time on the 1st was supposed to be delivered on the 30th by him. It was not. It was put back on the truck and then delivered by Mr. Horner on the 1st.
But he was delivering did he seem to be doing his normal route and doing his deliveries just like any other day at that point?
Yes, sir.
That's scary as well, that he just continued as if nothing happened. Just kept working, delivering packages the next day, even ones from the day before. He had to catch up, Wow, okay.
Did he ever admit to you at any time that he had anything to do with the disappearance of Athena Strand?
No, sir.
Had he done so, obviously you would have taken different steps, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Instead, based upon that information, other resources were diverted to other places, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on the second, when you're surveilling him, were you in a position where you were able to see when he was actually taken into custody?
We arrived shortly after he was taken into custody.
All right. And who was it that took him into custody?
It was marked units from the game wardens, from the sheriff's office, from multiple different agencies.
Okay. And after that point, other than obtaining the grand jury subpoena for all the FedEx records, were you involved in this investigation any further?
No, sir.
I'll pass the witness. Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor. We have no issue.
I'm sorry?
We have no issue with him being excused. We have no questions.
All right. You may step down. Thank you.
No questions.
Counsel.
Wow, okay. No questions. I wonder if we were still in phase 1 if the defense would have more questions. You know what I mean? Yeah, no. The client is screwed. LWOP or death penalty, that's it. So, no questions for this witness. I mean, what can they really ask as well, right? Anyway.
Go.
Oh, they're approaching. I wish we could see video of him being taken into custody by multiple different agencies, sheriff's officers, game wardens. There he is, 34 years old.
You know what? Go and talk to your juror. I need to talk to the lawyer.
Jury's going to take a little stretch break there. Thank you so much, Perry, for your sticker. I really appreciate it. Camera person's like zooming in. Ooh, on the defendant. Oh, no. Looks pretty calm to me. Stefan, is it time for 20 squats already again? I'll have to wait a little bit to see what happens next, eh? If you guys are new here, then what I try to do is get up every hour. Otherwise, one would just sit for like 7-8 hours, right? That's not good. So if you ever want to join me, when you see I put the little stretch break thing on, right? Like this, I do this. Then sometimes I'm doing quite literally 20 squats. Whether it's squats or go jump on the trampoline or just take a walk or a stretch. It's good for your health, okay? Okay. We're going to hear any of this. To listen very carefully. Turn it up. Yeah, Copper Horse says, freaking monster. That's it. Celeste Renee says, why does he look chill as a cucumber? I almost said killcumber. Wow, Freudian slip there. He is a killcumber. Okay, sorry about that. Why does he look chill as a cucumber, like it's just another day in his life? Shaky my. Oh, you put an F in there as well. Head. Yeah. Okay, that was funny. When you say something that's like, oh, well, that's an interesting word. Here's a killcumber, that one. Chilled and a killer. And he admits it. And he pleaded guilty. We'll just see what his punishment will be. The jury's on a break. Maybe I should put that as a banner, hey? She Bear says, I spit my TRG. Freud was screaming out of your ear. Killcumber. Oh dear. Oh, sorry about that. Tanil Brown says, does he have family there supporting him? I don't know. Kate says, I have an image in my brain of G jumping on a big trampoline in her garden now while we wait for her to come back to the stream. I don't have a garden. I have an apartment with a little balcony. But if you want to actually see the trampoline, the behind the scenes, where I go in my breaks, I share that kind of thing on Patreon. I've made videos of it so you can see and where all the cats are and what goes on there. Let's go forward a little bit, hey? Positive Vibes said, thanks for always being respectful to the families in these cases, G. Thank you so much. Oh, they're working on something there. Hopefully they're working on not playing the audio publicly. There was someone earlier that said that you really hope they play the audio and that you want to hear it so that you don't become immune to these atrocities and things like that. To that, I will also say that even if we don't hear the audio, right, you know, the terrifying audio of where he was attacking Athena and killing her, and tried to kill her, tried to break her neck, that didn't work, all of that, that sounds absolutely horrifying. So I personally hope the judge rules that that isn't streamed out to the public. If you then feel like, oh no, I really wanted to hear it, you can make a FOIA request after the trial. I don't think they'll give it to you now, but you could make a FOIA request. It's public record then, right? Well, we'll see. Maybe it'll be sealed because she's a minor. The point is, with any exhibits like that, you can make a FOIA request. Proud Grizzly said, thank you, G and Mods, for all you do. Thank you so much. Damn, we are live, hey? So I can't go forward anymore. Wait. 10 seconds behind.
All right, everybody, we will be in recess until 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what? No. No. Did you hear that? Now they're done. They're done for the day. It's only 3 o'clock, sir. I don't really mind, because for me it's almost 10 o'clock. Thank you so much, Judge, for supporting good sleep and health. I really appreciate it. Recess until 9 o'clock in the morning, they said. I do love the accent, okay? So when I'm trying to do the accent, it's because I like it a lot. Recess till 9 in the morning. Was that good? Right, so wait, I've got to make sure that tomorrow's live stream is set up for you. Stand by. We just watch the courtroom for a moment here. Look at this guy. Look, he's dressed so well. With a hat and everything. Don't you just love it?
Sorry, you back tomorrow or? I don't know.
Sorry, but there's a hot mic now that we'd like to hear. We're going to listen in.
Today, so I'm not sure. What about you? Are you on this the whole time? I'm shooting full for us the 3 days we're doing it, and then I'm covering it this week, so tomorrow I'll do it 12 to 8. Wild start.
This feels naughty, listening in now. Let's just pretend we're in the room as well.
Mm-hmm. Were you here whenever they did the whole thing?
Hi, hi, hi.
Yeah, because I was like, what's happening? Yeah. I was like, oh, fuck, it's wrong with me. I'll see you later. Yeah.
Janet, stop it. This one, sorry. Oh man, I'm trying to catch this comment. Oh, hi Josh, look everyone. There's Josh Witter. Hello, sir. Wow, they just ended the stream just like that. Okay, so recess until 9 tomorrow morning. Janet says, let's be naughty. Well, naughty. I like the way you wrote that. All right, so what we're going to do now, look here, I'll put the link in the chat like this, day 2 next. So you can already click on it and go there and click notify me, okay? As you know, we start a bit later so that we can skip over lunch, hopefully, right? And let's see what tomorrow brings. Hopefully not absolutely horrifying evidence. It's also good to start a bit later so I can see what the hell is going on. What are they going to show us? What's going to happen? So I will see you there for day 2 in the punishment phase of this trial. And the state will continue to present the evidence, I assume. More detectives. Will they have the medical examiner there or what? I don't know. Let's go there now. I'll see you there, everyone. I'll race you there. Say hi in the chat when you're there. And when you leave here, remember to like if you haven't yet, okay? Like, share, and I'll see you there.